Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, September the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check. Thank you. You can see my screen and you can hear me. So I hope everybody had a nice 3 days off from the market. I know I did. But let's get back to work. And so first of all, the trade of the week is DSX. I posted that in the section. DSX suggested entry, I believe, is $5.11. How you trade it will be up to you, of course. The stop is the rising 10-day moving average, simple moving average. And that is DSX. Now, I don't know if you guys were trading Friday afternoon. I had some extra work to do Friday afternoon, so I happened to see this one. Did you guys see this IRNT? I actually was able to, after rising $10, I actually was able to take some of this right around this 27 mark, and look what it got up to, 40 before it pulled all the way back. I'm not sure I saw any specific reason for it, but anyway, our IRNT is still alive here. And again, I could not see any specific reason for it, but what a move! Look at this crazy move it had after hours. It's not a low float, 41 million in the float, but I mean this went from 17 all the way up to $40. And that's what I thought it was an IRNT. Yes, that's the only thing I'm looking at right now, but it's sort of interesting that they would pile into it after hours. It's not a crazy low float either. Low float percent, I should say. All right, what else is happening? RNXT is got FDA clearance. And now this is a low float, 6 million in the float, lots and lots of volume. This is going to trade the float several times today, of course. Yeah, good morning, Real, by the way. Yeah, obviously with that float, the high over here is 16 something. So, yeah, I mean, this is an IPO back here, not that long ago. AEHR, China stock. They received some kind of an order. Not a China stock. It's another one I'm thinking of. A $19.4 million order for AEHR. So this is basically a lifetime high right now. ADAP, A-D-A-P, Genentech. Boy, there's an old name. Genentech collaboration for ADAP, A-D-A-P. And not a low float, 138 million in the float. Big gap up though on that news. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. IMPL, is this just rehashed news? I thought this is what got it going on Friday. FDA approval for its nasal spray for migraine. I'm just seeing it again. Is this just rehashed news? It looks like the same news that came out on Friday, but anyway, thank you, Ray. That's what I thought. And so I see the headline again this morning. FWP is gap down. I don't see any specific reason for it. That's a big gap down though, 20%. Don't see any specific reason for it. It's basically an all-time low. PLRX. This is a gap up on phase 2A data. Phase 2A, this is shortable. Wow, look at this gap up 31 for a pullback. LEX, LEXX, negative data. Negative data, and let's see, are they any sort of a bounce? I'm sorry, it must be positive. I'm sorry, positive data, not negative data, forget that. So this is a little Canadian stock, up 14%, low float, 4 million in the float. So there's the LAXX. And Sava, now this is interesting. The Sava saga continues. It is down another 6%. However, we're noticing that B. Riley maintaining coverage with a, wait for it, a $108 price target for Sava. Arcon, RCON, China. Now this is the China company I was thinking of. With they did get a contract. I don't know what the it's a 9 million RMB. I don't know what the exchange rate is, but anyway, that is the reason for Arcon moving higher this morning. OPAD, this is a relatively new, in fact, yeah, very new. Looks like they IPO'd on Thursday. And this is a nice gap up. Pretty good volume for OPAD, OPAD. More expensive one. I remember, I know I've said this before, when Match was all over for them. I think Facebook said that we were coming up with a dating site, something like that. So it was all over for Match. Anyway, there they are, and they're being added to the S&P 500. S&P 500. So I don't know who they're booting out, but yeah, MTCH added to the S&P 500. IFRX. See, gap up. I don't see any specific news. I always sort of delay just in case there's a headline popping in, or I don't see any specific news for it. German stock, okay. Is that what it is? Thank you, John, booting Perigo. And if you see CXP, that is a buyout. That is why this one is, you can always usually tell a buyout by the way it flat lines. So there it is. There's a buyout for CXP. All right, let me just check briefing.com, see if the analysts are back to work yet. And check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And we have a few upgrades, few downgrades. I'll get them in now. Some Canadian banks getting upgrades. BMO and Toronto Dominion. There's another one that was dead because of Microsoft or Apple, I think. Spotify. Nope. Getting an upgrade. Spotify getting an upgrade. All right, there are some of the downgrades. Or sorry, some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades and some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And I just want to point out that our promo code is still alive. I'm sure it's going to expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you want to get 20% off the Labor Day promo, I'm going to pop the links in here. Okay, let's take a quick look to see what the sectors are doing this morning before we open. So the market is basically flat. There's a little bit of a downturn right here, but basically flat. So let's just take a look at the sectors, see what's happening. Pre-market anyway. Okay, so we are back to almost 100% of the energy plays down. This is from Friday's close. Kind of a mixed bag. Let's see, tech is about 50-50. Financials actually 80% are up. So financials look strong to start. After that, just kind of iffy, kind of 50-50 for a lot of them. But financials look like, as we speak anyway, to be the strongest sector before the market opens. DXLG, let's take a look at DXLG. I haven't seen that one for a long time. DXLG. Yeah, well, again, it's the volume. I mean, who knows what it's going to do, really. It's had a great few months, I have to admit, but on what sort of volume? There. So anyway, right now there is no volume, but you've always obviously been following it, Cam. Well, IMPL is on that rehash news. So, I mean, this had a huge run on Friday, right up to 35. So almost got cut in half, basically cut in half where it closed. And, this is just rehash news. I mean, FDA approval for their nasal spray for migraines. Here's one that just is getting creamed here. CRMD. Is this shortable? It is shortable. Almost a lifetime low. CRMD. It was informed by contract manufacturer that there are issues unrelated to etc. Timeline for the company to address the deficiencies, etc. So negative news for CRMD. CRMD. Well, this OPAD, guys, is just over 10 now. OPAD is over 10. So this looks like this was an IPO on Thursday. It's either an IPO or, let me just do a quick look. Was this a, I can't quite tell. This was a SPAC and then became OPAD. I'm always suspicious when it's around that $10 level. I did see this, in fact, I do have an alert set for CEI just underneath $1. It has been running. I did another little run this morning, up 16%. You're absolutely right, though. It has been running. Meme stock movers for AMC, Camber Energy, Naked Group, Vinco Ventures. Is that what it was? Casa, thank you. So BBIG. Yeah, let's see, what is the RNXT doing? So yeah, it's got room. The next high looking left is 1627. This is an IPO back here, I guess. So, and they did have, yes, FDA clearance, a 501k. Oh, okay, guys. Well, here's the CEI, almost at $1. That OPAD is, the RNXT is holding pretty well. It's dropped $1 from the pre-market highs. I think it got up to around 12.29-ish or so. So it has definitely dropped. But, if it holds 11, yeah, this could have the run. This definitely has the room. Seems to have the news. Not chartable for me, anyway, at Interactive Brokers. Boy, OPAD is just ripping here. No news. Tough spread right now. Well, it was 1018, 1047. It's tightened up a bit, but again, just have to wait for this market to open. So what Cass is saying, so they had a name change. So it's not an IPO. This used to be SPNV. Changed their name. Remarkably similar to iPad. My favorite, FLGC. All right, let's take a look at FLGC. Okay, well, receives, let's see, 2021 commercial export quota of 7,900 kilograms of psychoactive cannabis flower from the That sounds... Now, doesn't that sound kind of interesting? From the Colombian government, if I'm reading this right. And OPAD right back down. So typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I did not do any pre-market trading today. I usually try to let things settle down. Of course, I'm very interested to see what sort of alerts we get from my option scanner this morning or today. There you are. I wasn't sure if the stream was working with YouTube. Now look, so the SPY is starting to make a little bit of a move down here, guys. We've got almost an hour. There's that red candle. So we almost have an hour of a move down with the SPY. Almost. We have another a little over 4 minutes for this candle to close. I think Zach mentioned tandem earlier, T-A-N-T-A, there we are, tandem diabetes. Oops. No, I've got the wrong stock. Yeah, I had a nice pop after hours. Okay, now I'm wondering, I was just kind of wondering why am I not seeing this one? It's because the volume is a little bit low right now, pre-market. Oh, also, I forgot, wow, this is a $123 stock. Man, remember when this was not a $123 stock? Oh, man. IRNT, let's see. The answer is right now, no, they'd have to do a locate. So, well, I'm under development version, Ernesto, so I'm always on a development version. So I can troubleshoot before they want to release it. This is 5.5.31, but again, not available to you guys. Zyop is a little bit active also, guys. Zyop. See if there's any specific news. I don't see any specific news on it. Kind of an interesting break if it gets over 2. Not that much room though, even if it got over 2. I'm just noticing it here in my actives. All right, speaking of which, I think I'll get rid of my pre-market actives and get set for this open. Boy, it's a long time between holidays now, isn't it? End of November, almost 2 straight months. In the United States. We have one in October in Canada, but it's a long time to go between holidays. William likes it. All right, everybody. Yes, the market's going to open in about 40 seconds. Let's have a great start to this truncated trading week. There are 2 in September. What do you mean by that? All right, everybody. 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now open. So again, I usually just sit out the first 15 minutes. Let things tend to try to let them settle down a little bit before I do anything. So AEHR is still strong, a $19.4 million order, low float, 19 million in the float, so it is still strong. It's a lifetime high also. Yeah, well TME is. I don't see the other one, HPE. Yeah, TME is already. I'm not a big fan of the ones that are this early. It might run, but let's see. Take a look left on the daily chart. Next high is 943. So 943 and 946, 928. I mean, obviously, if it can get through that area, that 950 area, it's got some room. It's a little early, though, I think. Look at OPAD, guys. Wow, OPAD right back up. Yeah, and I mean right back up. Look at OPAD go. Wow. I thought I might have been over on that pullback, but look at it go. And what's the spread like? Actually, and it just got halted. OPAD just got halted. Saw this one in the pre-market, didn't see any news for it. MTL, didn't see, any news on it. So this has got to be a buyout. It's got to be some kind of a buyout. I just don't see the news on it. MTL. Honestly, April, really, I didn't know that. In the United States, there's a new holiday at the end of the month in the United States. KPLT, yeah, KPLT, Catapult. So let's see, the high on Friday was 785. I don't know if you guys are pulling my leg or not. Really? In Canada? I'd never heard of it. All right. Quadruple U, guys. Quadruple U. This is this of course had some interesting action the last week. I know the one for the States next year, yes, but I never heard of this one for Canada. Never. So how's TME doing? Well, it's starting to run. Again, 950 is the key. I mean, if it takes out 950, I guess it's got room. Let's take a look at OPAD and see where it could open. OPAD, where it could open. I see 1120, 1127, so no big deal there. All right, well, so much for the Genentech collaboration for ADAP. Starting to drift down now, ADAP. Ton of volume for KPLT. Again, it's early. And the high Friday was, it's getting, well, it's still a ways to go. 775 was the high on Friday, so it still has a ways to go. All right, well, guys, RNXT did not do it. Did not do it, not yet anyway. It's just starting to fade. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I have a sample layout, which is very much what you see. If you go to my home page and go to the scan section, you'll see right at the top, it says Barry's layout. Okay, BJ? Just click on my link and go to the scan section and you'll see it says Barry's layout, very much like this one. Plus a lot of other scans. All right, well, let's take a look at what the market is doing. So we've got the Dow is down, NAS is flat, and the SPY is down. So right now, you know, there was that first opening, as I was saying before, there was an hour of the market moving down. Now we have a big red bar to start. Okay, Ziop, Ziop's on the move, guys. Option volume's getting there. It would show up on my option scan once this hits 300%. So OPAD did open, and so it was halted at 1120. It did have a pop up to, wow, 1178. There was no clue of that. And now it's just kind of resting here. And again, I don't see any specific news on it. Okay, so this KPLT is, excuse me, the KPLT a little bit whippy still. Got up to 731, pulled back to 7. Again, wow, look at that big red bar, guys. EVLV, I know somebody was talking about this one. This is, man, an all-time low now, EVLV. All right, somebody was mentioning VIH earlier. Wow, look at VIH. This is his Just trying to see who they are looking to. I don't see who they're looking to buy. All right, well now it's showing up. VIH is now showing up in the option, my option scanner. And you look left, I mean, what do we have here? Looking left on that daily chart, obviously nothing is stopping it on the monthly chart. 1598 looks like that's the next high looking left. Let's see if that's the same. Yeah, 15. So this has obviously got room. VIH has got room when you look at the longer term time frames. Just keeping an eye on this EVLV, see if it, this is a pop-up here. Want to see if it gets back down to this level. Down to the 650 level or so. We have a halt now. FCUV, and a halt for FCUV. Oh yeah, this one, this Focus Universal. So this one got, yeah, this was up to $25 on Thursday. Before it pulled all the way back down to 12. Basically, again, cut in half the following day. But it's alive again. And Hippo, HIPO. I know some of you guys are following. Some people, some guys at Trade Ideas have got this one. HIPO. It's not a low float. When I say some guys at Trade Ideas, some of the other traders, I know they had been talking about this for, it seems like a month now. Guys, there's the CEI now. CEI, this is a meme stock. It is now over $1. Again, it's not a low float and it's not a high short float percent. So, but for whatever reason, if it seems like this is a meme stock. I'm just looking at a headline. Not sure why they would grab onto this one, but all right, guys. Well, CRMD has just showed up as a short. And we have another halt, guys. OG just got halted. OG got halted. Wait, lots of halts already. The Onion. So look at this one. So what do we look when we look left? Like 4 is could be tough to get through, but if it gets through, well, TME guys, that's at interesting point right now. TME, right at that 950. We had the alert a little bit early for me to take it on the option scanner, but you know it did run. The alert was at 911, and it did run. And you know it's got some room still. The VIH again in one of these SPACs. Not a big fan, you know, of getting them in the option scanner, but let's just see later on. I'm going to stick an alert. I mean, it's got room, so I'm going to stick an alert around 12:31. See if it takes it out later on. I'm hearing SPI, SPI, SPI. What are you doing? All right, so the 200-day, well, that's far enough away. That's way up here at 738. Some over 6. Looking left, the next high is 654, I believe. No, it's 625. So it's got a 625, 654. But it's got room. It's got some room though. See if there's any specific launches. Amazon store for expanding its Solar for America branded product formula. So it's launching an Amazon store. That's your news for SPI. And guys, we have a halt here. ATIF. Now this is coming right into the 200-day moving average. ATIF, it's a super low float. China stock, super low float. But it is coming into the 200-day moving average. You can see it right there, 499, so it's not that far away. However, if it can take that out, the next high looking left is 570. Around 569 or so. Yeah, our NXT turned out to be just a bust. No shorts available, unfortunately, for those of us with interactive brokers, but that just turned out to be a bust. Yeah, so if you're talking about my scanners, you know, they are facsimiles, okay? I mean, I do update from time to time. I wouldn't worry about it too much. I mean, you can always adjust, you know, to your price range or volume and things like that. It's just meant to be kind of a boilerplate. I mean, what you should do is right click and configure and check to see the filter settings that I'm using. AEI, wow, AEI guys. Now this one is interesting. I mean, looking left, what do we see here? 232, so it's above that. It's got a ton of room. Doesn't trade options, so it's not going to show up on my option scanner. Again, the layout that I share, it's meant to be like a sample layout. It's not necessarily exactly what you see on the screen. You know, I do make changes every now and then. AEI, guys. So this is boy, this if this can keep this area. What says the low float? 13.8 million in the float. 17 times normal volume up to this point of the day. FBRX. FBRX, what are you doing? Are you up or are you down? Ah, starting to move down. Look at this. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Of course, this Forte. So this is now an all-time low. I didn't even realize that, but so the HAIF was actually an AI alert at 429. I didn't even see it at 429. Look at this. So 472 now came out of the halt. Or I'm sorry, it is halted. I'm sorry, it is halted right now. ATIF. Yeah, I'm keeping a pretty close eye on this AEI to see if it holds this 250 level and pops from it. Boy, this ATIF though, and that was, the entry was before the halt, so. All right, so this one is on the way down here. SHCR. So this looks like a IPO back here, and so ATIF just resumed. Very low float. So if you, again, I'll always reemphasize this. Okay, if you're in this one, do not wander away from your computer. All right, 190 or 1.9 million in the float, very low. Came right into that 200-day moving average. Now let's see if it can get through it. You got right to the 200-day. It's right at it now, 499. The next high, if it does somehow break that 200-day moving average, 569-ish. AEI on the move, guys. Market continues down, so we've got that first 15-minute candle down. The second one is down. Ziop just showed up in the option scanner. What sort of room does it have? So if you look at the monthly chart, the next high looking left is 238. I mean, look, if it got up to 238 from 207, that's a great percentage increase, but take a look at the weekly. Yeah, I mean, it just looks like there's too much resistance for Ziop. Not that far away. Boy, we're getting lots and lots of halts, guys. SRZN now just got halted. I don't think I've ever seen this one. So this is looks like an IPO last month. Looks like on the 12th last month. Or again, was this a SPAC that became SRZN? I cannot. Yeah, SPAC. Investors got refunds before mergers. Okay, so this looks like this was a SPAC. Or maybe not. I don't know. No, it looks like it's an IPO. Not, it wasn't a SPAC. Yeah, it's too bad we didn't we didn't have shorts for RNXT. You're trying to unanchor my price charts from each other. I'm not sure I know what you mean, Yayo. Are you talking about you created a doc with charts in them? Like this? And then you're trying to break a chart out of it? Is that what you mean? When you say unanchor? Okay, so that's not quite what I was thinking. So okay, in our charts there are only two options. If you left click on the chart, right click on the chart, and you click on properties, we only have symbol linking checked or unchecked. That's the only two options. So obviously I have all of these checked, so that's why when I click on an alert, all these time frames all change to OPAD, whereas the SPY does not. So there are only two options. So when you say unanchor, I think what you mean is you don't want them to be linked together. So you, excuse me, so right click, properties, and symbol linking, uncheck it. Okay, like I've got the SPY. The SPY does not change when I click on an alert. KPLT, guys, is still looking interesting. KPLT, I mean, it's had a bit of a choppy start, but up to 727, back down to 663. The next high looking left. I mean, if it clears that, I have to put an alert here. We just have to do it. Around 773, that looks like that's the high on Friday. So it clears that. It has some room to almost 10. Nice reel. I know you were talking about the SPI, not the SPY, but SPI as a short. Well, I'm continuing to watch this AEI to see if it can regain 250 and start to move from there. AEI, a little bit choppy. The low float though, so that's why I'm kind of a little bit interested in it. All right, so this SRZN opened. Okay, there's AEI, guys, back over 250. Okay, Cure, Q-U-R-E looks, okay, why are you not loading? Okay, sometimes when that happens, I just go to your account and do a reset. There we go. Through the 200-day moving average now, 34.81. So Cure, Q-U-R-E is through the 200-day moving. Look at AEI go now, guys. Just had to reclaim 250. Well, here's a bit of a hoot. OWL is now showing up on the option scanner, guys. OWL, owl. And wow, I mean, this has got room. Let's take a look left. I mean, on the weekly chart, 1740. You know, I'm not saying, by the way, you know, I'm never telling anybody to buy anything or sell anything. I'm just pointing these out. But certainly OWL has some room. When you look left on these higher time frames before it hits some resistance. You like that one, guys? Good. Boy, the longer this keeps over 15, guys, I mean, this has got some room, serious room in it. Let's see, 1506, 1509 right now. Good volume. It's not a low float, 300 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float, but they don't all have to be low floats. Certainly, obviously, it's above our Friday's high, which was around $15. So the longer it holds over 15 and we get some volume pushing it, this could have a bit of a run. Okay, guys, look at Sava. Very intriguing. Not Cava, but Sava. Of course, a horribly beaten up stock. But B. Riley came out this morning saying, hey, we're endorsing and we're putting a $108 price target on it. Guys, AEI on the move here. AEI. Boy, okay, the longer this, I'm just really waiting on this owl to see if it holds 15 well. I mean, it's trying. not holding. So what I'm going to do is, I don't want to stare at it, so I want to put an alert around 1516. From my option scanner, it came in at 1517, so I want to put an alert, see if it reclaims that and starts to move. It's of course, it's of extreme interest because of when you look left, there's a ton of room that it could move if it wants to really get rolling. There's another one that's kind of interesting. The problem is it's getting in close to that 200-day moving average payout. This TGP, guys, TGP. Look how strong it was the last 3 days, and it is continuing. TGP, just a great move over the last 3 days, and it trying to continue for the third day. Now DSX, I know was the trade of the week. I think it's in that sector. Let's see if DSX did a trigger. Yeah, so again, you want to trade it. It's up to you, of course. The trigger was 511 for DSX. How you trade it will be up to you. I looked at this and I thought, well, maybe. But there is some, pretty good resistance, not that far away, but this is a shipper, and of course, so is TNK, or I'm sorry, TG. Again, marine cargo handling, TGP, so kind of the same sector, I guess. But you would think now, when you look left on that monthly chart, have to go back. Well, you go back almost 3 years before we see these highs. 1750 on the monthly chart for TGP. Ooh, BGRY on the way down here. Wow, all-time low. Just had I don't know, this can't be really, is this really Berkshire? Berkshire? Can't be. Not the big one anyway. Right, guys, EVLV looks like it's trying to give it up again. EVLV. Again, this is not, well, this is the lifetime low down here, 650 or so. NMTC, let's see, not seeing it on any scanner, so let's see why I'm not seeing it. Well, let's see, the relative volume is fine. Maybe the volume is a little light. Overall volume is a little light. That's probably why it's not showing up. Of course, it wouldn't show up my option scanner because the options are not almost negligible. But it's a halt. It did get halted. It is halted, yes. Yeah, I'd like to see some volume come in, William. I know you're in this one. I'd like to see some volume come into the OWL, OWL. You see the volume is just sort of dwindling right now. I want to see a big volume pop. And I mean, look at the room it's got. NMTC is halted. NMTC is halted. Okay, one moment, please. Thank you. Yes, I'm muted. I'm still waiting on this OWL. I mean, the volume, just waiting to see if the volume can pick up here. Okay, now we have another one showing up in the option scanner, SOAC. SOAC. So this is man, another one of the SPACs, guys. Well, look at the day it's having. Okay, Al, come on, just move. NMTC opened after the halt. Big open. Halted again. Owl's looking better. Well, Hippo showing up on the option scanner also. Gonna make some guys at Trade Ideas pretty happy. I know they've been holding this one for quite a while. All right. There it goes. All right, guys. Yeah, HIPO, nice from the option scanner. 638, so it's starting to move here. No, I didn't do that. Okay. Owl is still owlish. A little owly here. That looked like a good move here, but, well, let's just see. I mean, it's not, if it gets back up to this area. Ah. Wow, Hippo. What a move now, guys. I mean, 638 from the option scanner, 654 now, looking left. I mean, there's a couple of days here around 795. That's far enough away. ONDS, let's take a look. ONDS. And let's see, okay, so the option volume percent is fine, just has to have more contracts really. Needs to be 2,000. Coming into that 200 day is up here. That's far enough away. Well, this is on a mission now, guys. So that HIPO on a mission, 638 from the scanner, 666 now. All-time low, yes, we just talked about this one, FBRX, all-time low. That's right, this one on Friday just had the disaster day. Holy smokes, I forgot about this one, FBRX. All right, guys. What time is it? 10:20. Lots of action already this morning. All right, if you're new to the room, welcome. I'm just sort of watching the owl again, see if it gets back over 15. A little bit disappointing once it took out that 15.20. It looked like it was going to run and then just pulled right back. So I just have to keep watching it to see if, just because of the room it's got. You know, I'm using this like a watch list, remember. So 15.15, I'll re-enter my alert, price alert up here. See if it takes it back again. All right, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. We still have a promo on right now for 20% off. I'm going to put this in. I'm going to put this in the rooms here. SOAC, guys, is moving from the option scanner. Guess I should have focused on that one instead of the owl. All right, so I did put in order to get that 20% off, just click on my home page. Now, if you're in this room here, my home page tab is always, of course, up here. There's the link. So Labor Day 2021 for 20% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. This code will expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. We have 4 plans. We have a premium and standard for annual and monthly. So the premium would be on an annual basis would be $22.68 a year minus the 20%. The standard would be $10.68 a year minus the 20%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I will go over in a little bit. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You can go month to month. This is what it would cost, $118, $228. You can apply the 20% discount to the first month only, okay? So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, if you take out a subscription today, and today is the 7th, so say by October 6th, you decide, you know what, I really want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 20% promo code. So on my homepage, there is a lot of information. So my recommendation is to save my link. Okay, so you can take a look at all this when you want. These sections right here, the trade of the week, stock of the day, and education. These are all the free sections. So you can sign up for the trade of the week. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's it is DSX. I believe it triggered. The trigger point was 511. I do a stock of the day video at around noon every day. And the education. You click here on the education. If you're new to trade ideas or you're thinking about looking at trade ideas, these are the basic features explained in the 20 introductory lessons. Things like how to create it, like what is a top list, creating them, alert windows, back testing, the introduction to the AI, we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus, okay? So all the basic features are explained there. Daily support sessions, there is a YouTube room that I monitor at the same time as the main room. I do take a break at around noon, and one of the other traders takes over. Today is Tuesday, so I believe Michael Nossi's back from vacation. I believe he'll be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a little bit, but he is definitely much more of an expert than I am. So if you're interested in, diving into the weeds about using Brokerage Plus, save those questions up, and between 12 and 1, before I take my break, I will post the YouTube link in, so you can head over there if you want to. Daily webinars. So this week, the webinars are on Tuesday and Thursday. You can sign up for them here. Okay, we've revamped our webinars. They're not going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday anymore. This week, it's Tuesday, Thursday. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday. Excuse me, educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. Excuse me, more information about the AI. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, I mentioned Michael Noss before. He put together this great little 36-part short vid series. Okay, literally starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, a great place to start. And trading ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. Excuse me, sorry about that. So these 3 sections are free, and of course here's my scan section. So you have to be a subscriber. This is a sample layout that I'm sharing, and I've created a lot of different scans here. This is the one that I love, the moving higher with unusually strong options. You'll hear me refer to it all day. So a lot of individual scans that I've created, and plus a sample layout that looks very much like this. There might be some differences, but it's a sample layout. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. Just save the link. All right, guys, now let's talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock markets. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan that I'm sharing, basic new highs and lows. If I right-click on it and then click on Configure, and then I click on Summary, this is what I'm looking for in that particular scan. No, he sells his scanner settings, so there's, I have no idea what his scans are, BJ. I mean, a lot of it is momentum. You can take a look at my momentum scans. I think they're pretty similar. But in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. The current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. That's how we always start off. If you're looking to build your own scans, you always start off with some filters. And then you put a trigger in. In this particular case, I'm looking for a new high for the day or a new low for the day. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. Getting a lot today. It's an active day. Sometimes, there'll only be about 5 or 6 in the new highs and 5 or 6 in the new lows. So this is definitely an active day. Now the good news about what we do, I feel, is that we don't force you to learn a programming language. If you right-click on an alert window and click on Configure and then search, you'll see all of the alerts that we have. And here are the filters when you see these icons. So we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, they can create, if they're wanting to build their own scans, you can create your own scans with a combination of the alerts and filters that we have. But again, you don't have to build your own scans. You can take my scans, especially if you're starting out. You can take my scans. You can always adjust my scans. So for instance, if you looked at that basic new highs and lows, and at the summary, you say, well, I like the concept, but I don't like that price range. That's okay. You just change it. You want to change it to 10 and 100. Click on that summary, see how it's changed. Not going to, but so you can take my scans and you can adjust them if you want to more of your style of trading. The other thing you can do is you can go to, click on New and go to the Dock channel bar. And these are all themed channels. Overnight Joe. I do scanning after hours and then I create the watch list for the next day. So these are all themed channels, okay? And I would encourage you to use our new version that allows you, when you go into the Dock channel bar, to click on a channel and your layout will not disappear. So I would encourage you to do that. Click on, so if I click on the momentum channel, you know, here's an example of a scan. If you like this scan, well, it's just a bunch of, Joe, I mean, it's a bunch of scans that I look at after hours and try to figure out if I think there is some room that a stock can move the next day. So if you like this scan, you just save it to the cloud. You know, you right click, duplicate into a free floating window. And here it is. And then you save it to the cloud. You right click, save or share to cloud. I'm not going to do it because I've done it several times. And save it. Now it's in the cloud. And again, guys, you know, go to the 20 lessons that shows you how you how you can save things to the cloud. Why I'm doing that? Because now I can go to all of these themed channels, and if I think I like a scan, again, before I even save it, I could right click and configure, see what it's looking for. Okay, and then if I like it, save it to the cloud. And then, so if I've done that, if I've gone through the individual channels and I've extracted scans that I like, I've saved them to the cloud, then all I have to do is bring them back from the cloud. File load from the cloud. If I type in Momo, because I've done it before, you know, here it is. So you imagine if you had done that with other scans, you would see them all here. And you just load, and now that's how you can create your own layout without really having to know how those scans were created in the first place. Well, you're never saving. All you have to do is my layout that I share has these in here. These three in here, okay? So the layout that I share has these three in here. So if you save my layout, then tomorrow you don't have to do anything. You just wait for the alerts to happen. So what's happening is this is extracting. I've got a top list that I created. It probably has 30 symbols in it. It takes a look at that top list, and if it meets the requirements that I've got in these two alert windows, then you'll see it. I don't want them all because, you know, it's too many. It's just, you know, I have some filters in here. Because I don't want to see every single alert from I don't want every single stock that is on my top list to be alerted. Okay, the next thing, guys, is to take a look at the AI. If you have our premium service, if you click on New, and then this is what I would do, click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is, never mind these two, but this is the window that you'll see, okay? You'll just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay, I use it like a watch list. I wish I'd seen the ATIF earlier. But, you know, I mean, it's hard for me to concentrate on just this, but if you have the AI, I mean, it's a great watch list for the day. How you trade them will be up to you. Next, just take a look at this window that we call Brokerage Plus. And again, if you're going to have more detailed questions about Brokerage Plus, save them up for noon Eastern time, because Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room, and you can ask him questions, more detailed questions about Brokerage Plus, which just has a brief overview. What I did is I popped the Brokerage Plus link in. There are 2 videos there. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window. It's a feature we have, not mandatory to use. Trade Ideas is a scanner first and foremost. Very simple. Now the second video goes into, again, a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And it's also relevant about if you're going to use it for paper trading. Okay, so again, we always talk about this. If you are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice. You see where it says Sim underneath the Brokerage Plus? That is simulated trading, paper trading, whatever you want to call it. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, so it uses our real-time data. Pretty simple to use. You just click on an alert. Here's ONDS. Let's take a look at another one. I like to always show how you can take something on a pullback. Say you wanted to take this SOAC, but you wanted to take it if it pulled back to, this level right here on the 2-minute chart, 1077. Just showing the mechanics of what you do. I'm going to take 300 shares. I'm going to put 1077. Both boxes. I'm going to click the buy button, and you will see a blue line up here. So if SOAC goes down to 1077, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's just showing the mechanics of how you can take a pullback trade. I'll leave it in, see if it happens. Now let's take another trade though. We'll take the trade right now. Talk just a little bit about money management. Very important. Don't know, William, but they did. Don't know. A lot of options, and it's fitting. It's meeting all the requirements. All right, let's say I wanted to take Hippo right now, okay? Again, I want to show you the mechanics of all this. So when you get into trading, let's see what the spread is. That's okay. I'm going to take 500 shares of Hippo. I'm going to take it right at the market. The spread is okay. It's a 2-cent spread. Should be at 63, 64. Yes. So there's the entry, okay? 664. I'm going to put a stop in at 644. Not necessarily because that's where it should be, but just to make the math easy. Going to add that stop. You see how the stop appears right on the chart, that red line. If it goes down to 644, it's going to take me up for a 97, approximately a $100 loss, okay? So again, this is so key. If you're new to trading, not every trade is going to work. In my opinion anyway, you should have a price where you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working. And so if you agree with that concept, then now is where this is why we're saying you have to practice trading, because where you're going to put a stop, it's not just saying, okay, every trade I get into, I'm going to have a 10-cent stop or a 20-cent stop or a 0.5% stop or 1% stop. In my opinion, it should be based on something a little more scientific. I look at a chart, I size it up a little bit. I think, okay, I think there's some good support there, that if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. Some might use the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Some might use moving averages. How you're going to determine where you're going to put your stop is only going to come with some practice, okay? What you get comfortable with. So let's say, okay, you agree with the whole concept of placing stops. Now, how much are you willing to risk on the trade though? In terms of a dollar amount. If you have $5,000 account, you're not going to risk. You shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So what I do in this simulator to demonstrate it is to risk $100 a trade. So that's why when I got into this trade, 664, I put my stop at 644 just to make the math easy, because that's also going to share size me. Because if I have a 20-cent stop and I'm risking $100 a trade, you just divide 20 cents into $100 and you get 500 shares. I mean, that's the other concept. In my opinion anyway, you don't go into trading saying, well, I'm going to, go in and I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. In my opinion, you should be varying your share size based on the distance between your entry and your stop. It's not always going to be 20 cents, of course. I just put that in as I'm just looking at the mechanics. Well, again, Fender, I'm just using this as showing you how you play stops and the concept. If I were really getting into Hippo, I'm not saying I would have taken it because, I would like it more near the high of the day. But Hippo's got a ton of room. So I'm just using this as a demonstration, okay? So as it's approaching my stop, I don't have to wait for my stop. If I don't like the way it's trading, I can just click right now. I can click on Hippo right now and flatten the trade. That gets me out of the trade if I just don't like the way it's trading. My stops are always based on, that's the worst I want to do on a trade if I can help it, okay? But if I don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out earlier. So, a few concepts here. Place it, figuring out where you're going to place a stop. Then that'll share size you. And then the third, probably almost the most important, is to obey your stop. When you first start trading with real money, sometimes it's really hard. You get into a trade, you're all excited about it, hearing some good things about it. The room is excited about it, but guess what? And the setup looks good, but guess what? Just because the setup is good and people are excited about it doesn't mean the trade's going to work. So really try very hard to obey your stop. Okay, I think I just got stopped out. You get stopped out, you just move on. Okay, maybe later on, in this particular case, Hippo sets up again. Maybe you were just a little bit early. But money management is very, very critical if you're going to, when you start out trading. Now, I can't say to sell half at a 1 for 2. I mean, see, so now I wanted to leave it in there. See how I got stopped out? With a $100 loss. Meanwhile, Owl is back. Now, are you going to settle down now? Okay, guys, I mean, if the Owl settles down, I mean, this still has a ton of room. So that's why, I'm very interested in it. So how would I sell half? If I wanted to use this Brokerage Plus, I would just click on half, get out of half my trade. I could double my trade. These are just hotkeys, okay? If you're practicing in the simulator, that's how you could do something, using a hotkey. Of course, you could just go in and pick how many shares you wanted to trade if you wanted to trade it. If it was at a 1 for 2. 1 for 2, meaning if you're risking 20 cents that it moved 40 cents for you at that point. You know, I mean, it's up to you. I can't say yes, take half out if it's you know, you're double your you're double your risk. So when you say, can you link a watch list to your order entry, are you talking about auto trading, or like what are you talking about exactly? Talking about using Brokerage Plus? Because I mean, all you have to do, this is a watch list here, you know, so when I click on alert, the symbol shows up. Oops. And the symbol shows up, I can trade it. So I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Yeah, it just, so if you have an alert window that has a watch list attached to it, you know, and you get an alert, sure, you just, you know, you click on it, and well, you have to click on sim. You have to click on sim, okay? And then this box here, I'm not sure what you see. You might see something like trading account, and then you have to click on a little box should pop up, and it should say simulated trading. If you watch that video, the first little video, it should show you how you connect. Or the second video should show you how you connect using the simulator. Yeah, all you have to do is just check, click on that exchange. See here the exchanges we've got. So if you want to do the pinks, here they are. You just click on the exchange. Make sure that is clicked. I mean, the OTC scanner is no different. I mean, it's just another exchange, right? So that's all you have to do is make sure you're connected to those exchanges. Well, if you right click on an alert window, right click, and then click on configure, and then exchanges. Here they are. And you know, here they are. OTC QX, OTC QB, and pinks. Just check them all, and that basically should satisfy any what you call OTC or pink sheet stocks. Okay? So again, just right click on an alert window or a top list window, right click, configure, and then exchanges. All right, guys, CIO. Wow, this one. Now, this looks like this was a buyout here. A buyout here or something, and now it's popping. Let me see if I can see any news on this one. So this was the news, jumped 20 on a massive deal that could repay its entire debt. So that was the news here. And now it's popping again. CIO. I think I'm just gonna have to forget about owl. It's just too. I mean, it might be interesting going forward, you know, tomorrow and all, but it's just too erratic right now. It's just too jumpy. I have my alert set at 15:15. Maybe later on in the day it comes back, but and you know, some volume. You just need a big volume push. But look how, you know, look at the volume. It's just decreased. Well, there's a bit of a disconnect, just a little bit of a disconnect. You know, the Dow's down, but the NASDAQ's up just a little bit, and the SPY is down. You know, trying to have a little bit of a bounce here. Take a look at Codex from Zach, CODX. It'll pop here on volume, based on that news, I guess. Okay, guys, so this is obviously a SPAC. I guess it's a SPAC. ARQQ, right around that 10 level. MVST, let's take a look at what Real is talking about. This was a definitely a meme stock a few weeks ago. A little bit of a spread issue with MVST, 1162, 1164, 1170. Little one, not disgusting, but let's stick an alert around 1156, see if it takes that out. Sava getting hit again, guys. SAVA. It got a little bit above 50, but now it's starting to drop again. Well, ZIOP, but this looks like a lot of resistance right around here at 730 or 730, 230 or so. You know, I know it showed up on the option scanner. I mean, 206, 218 right now. Not bad, but I just didn't want to take it because I think there's just too much resistance not that far away. Oh, I think you're right. I think you're right. It's MVIS, not MVST. You're right. Sorry about that. It's mini drift mode now for MVST. The spread has tightened up a little bit, 4 cents. Not bad now. Just starting to drift down a little bit more. There's that 8. There's the ADMA on the 5-minute chart. And it looks like it's trying to cross on the 2-minute chart. The ADMA trying to cross below the 20 SMA on the 5-minute chart, on the 2-minute chart. Just kind of eyeing it here, guys. This is from Real, the MVST. The volume is really tailing off here, so 130 million in the float for MVST. So, it's going to take something to move this. No idea why the cryptos are falling. I know there was a movement afoot at around, I think it's 2 p.m. Pacific time in Brazil to buy a lot of the, in support of, is it El Salvador accepting crypto as payments now as a government? I think today's their day for doing that. So there was a movement, I think, in Brazil from everybody buy $30 worth of Bitcoin. Something like that. All right, well, NVST kind of watching paint dry right now. Oh, I know they're a pain in the you-know-what. But unfortunately, we've got to follow them. Oh, I don't know why crypto is sinking today, Sam. I have no idea. I was just saying that El Salvador today is the day, as a country, the first country, I think, to basically accept crypto. And I read some article this morning about Brazil, trying to do some campaign for people to buy $30 worth of Bitcoin. That's all. But why it's falling, I have no idea. All right, well, we're not falling yet. MVST is not falling yet, so I'm just going to have to forget about it. I think I have put a price alert right, maybe around $1.60 or so. $1.60. 11.60 or so, and see if it takes that out later on. I had one issue a long time ago, and yeah, I just did a reset, and that solved it. Other than that, I have not had an issue with my charts loading. CPNG, fake candidate. Yes, I can see that. Yes, Kupang. Where are you out of? Korea, South Korea. Okay. Actually, a nice spread too. Only 2 cents. All right, guys, sorry about that. 11:04, so things are slowed down just a little bit here for me. GRTS, so what are you doing? How much volume is there? Not terrible. A lot of room here on the monthly chart. GRTS, 16 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, it is 14. So this one has some room. It's just showing up on another scanner, GRTS. All right, CPNG is starting to drift down now. Broke that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. What's your fib level for CPNG real? First fib. All right, so there's, okay, MVST. It is now starting to come down after that pop up here. For CPNG, what is your fib? What's your first fib for CPNG? $31.41 for, that's what Rubber Toe is saying. Okay. $31.34. Okay, close enough. $41.34. Okay, guys, MVST, I mean, Real mentioned this one. It had a pop up to, wow, almost 12. And now here we go. Yeah, it sounds like a pretty interesting rumor. Okay, I'm hearing IMPL, and are you on the upside or the downside here? All right, now getting a little, I'll say on the downside. All right, CPNG definitely on the slide now. All right, well, there it goes, that MVST, guys. So after that little pop up, Real was mentioning it right around here, the pop up, and then once it took this out, look out below. I almost looked at it. There's another one. MVIS is doing the same thing. Yeah, you know, in the market, we had the 45 minutes, a little rally, but now look at this red bar, basically wiping out almost that 45 minutes, another 3 minutes or so for this red bar to close. So, but basically wiping that all out. EVLV guys, early on. I think I'm a little late though. Yeah, I'm a little bit late. So I lost sight of this. When it got up to 7, I was looking maybe to short this again, an all-time low for EVLV. So you guys are talking about. Let's take a look at Mara just as an example. Talking about crypto. Wow, no kidding. Let's take a look at GBTC. Well, I have been wrong about the ZIOP. That was a nice one actually from the option scanner. 206, it's 235 now. I thought it might really struggle here or not even get to this point, but it has got to this point, and hey, look at the volume that is in today for ZIOP. See if there's any specific news. You're on the production version, not the beta. So you're on the 4 point whatever, Becca. Yeah, I can't speak to that at all. I'll be right back, guys. Just give me about 5 minutes. All right, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, no, I just step away for a minute here. So back. And boy, oh boy, the Zaya. Well, there's my miss, guys. Obviously, my big miss from my option scanner. That is just a great percentage move from 206. Terrific alert reel for the CPNG. The other one too, but this was a little. This actually was more. I don't want to say easier, but you know, it did not have a pop. So I mean, it just absolutely just drifted down. You know, what guys? I do agree. There is there's something going on with the charts. I do agree. Now I'm. Yeah, so I don't know, something is going on. I can sense it now. It wasn't happening. I had to do one reset earlier, and that was it. So remember I took this SOAC, I was showing you how you can take something on a pullback, right? SOAC, so it took the trade on the pullback and it is, you know, modestly working. Now this is again in the simulator. 1086, got in at 1078, so I mean it's modestly working. Again, I was trying to show you the mechanics of doing it. Yes. Yeah, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. OPAD. OPAD. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this CRMD, which has been just basing a little bit under 5 for a while now, it obviously not good news. Let's see if I can see whatever happened here to CRMD. No, that's right. Informed by the contractor, manufacturer that their issue is unrelated, etc., etc. So there is some bad news for CRMD. See if this can continue to move down. This is an AI alert. I don't mind talking about it now. EVLV. I just lost sight of it. My bad. I should never have lost sight of this one. When it got back up over 7 and then it just started to fall. All-time low now, EVLV. I don't want to chase it now. Look at William talking about crosses. So, okay, so there's the cross you're talking about, I'm assuming. Right there at 1066, there's the cross on the 2 minute. It is on the 5 minute also. Yeah, guys, so there is something going on here. There's no question there's something going on here regarding our charts loading. Well, it's not just slow. I mean, it's just, yeah, just not loading. So there's got to be something going on with one of our servers. If you're not all experiencing it, you know, we have different servers depending what server you're on. Not that I'm aware of, Becca. I mean, it's not a matter of being able to change, not that I'm aware of anyway. Just looking here. I'm definitely going to keep an eye on it. We have our marketing meeting at 2 o'clock, so Well, guys, DSX is the trade of the week, right? DSX, yes, trade of the week. So it is performing not badly at all. I mean, 511 was the suggested entry. How you trade it will be up to you. Lots and lots of volume coming in on that daily chart. Lots of volume coming in now. So I would call this a winner. How you trade it will be up to you, but if something that goes from if you got in around the 511 and you had all sorts of opportunity to do it, I can see right there, it dropped down to 507. And that's a great percentage move. I have no idea where it's going. This is what I'd be aware of course. So you got 554, you have 560, you have 547 on the daily chart. Somehow, if I can take that out, it could have a a nice little run. How did TGP, did it keep moving higher? TGP, because again, I look at this sort of the same. No, sort of fell back a little bit. Did some news come out also? DSX announces, time charter contract. Yes, so there is some news actually. Of course, Steve had no idea that was going to happen, but yeah, so good. Well, guys, I'm watching CRMD. I mean, I'm thinking it could really start to collapse here. It's an AI alert. Entry is 5 on the short. All right, I just want to verify it is Michael today in our YouTube room. Even VIH is starting to move. Except on the way down. Okay. I'm hearing of it. It's moving on the way down. Okay. This again was from the option scan 1221. I mean, it got up to 1242, but I mean, I wouldn't call that a winner. It was too quick. I just don't love these SPACs when they show up. A lot of activity, guys. I mean, I'm surprised. A lot of activity in the new highs and the new lows. Typically, the last little while we have not seen this sort of activity. Well, this was flying high earlier on, guys. The PLRX, it got all the way up to $31, and now look at it, and oh, it is shortable. I didn't realize it was shortable. How many? Yeah, actually 124,000 at Interactive Brokers. Again, what was their news? Phase 2A, classic. Phase 2A, who cares? Somebody cared enough to pop it up to $31, but you mentioned OG Zach. I don't know if you can hear me. Let's see. OG, yes. Nice pound down from 420 down to 370. Nice. So far for the SOAC, yeah. Well, CRMD is just doing absolutely zip. I have an alert set here for around 480 for it. See if it later on in the day takes it out. Whoa, look at the IPHA, guys. IPHA. Bit of volume coming in. IPHA. And of course, had a huge day on Friday before it fell. I mean, it got up to $9, closed at $6, so it dropped about a third. But it is live right now. It's still below Friday's close, but trying to come back. IPHA. All right, yeah. So I did get the confirmation. So Michael and us will be in the YouTube room when I take my break at noon. So if you have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus, save those questions up for Michael. He's, I say, way more of an expert than I am. Well, Clove, okay, Clove, you are now trying to, what's the high over here? 945, and the high over here is 10. So yeah, I mean, If cloves can somehow take out 10, again, this is a meme stock. I think we're having... I think we might be having some data issues, guys. Just give me a moment here. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'll be right back, okay? I think we have, I'm just, can somebody, oh, now it has updated. I was just looking at CRMD and the AI, and it seemed to be stuck at 483 for the longest time. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. Back again. And it's 11:46 now, so I will be taking my break at around noon. So when I take my break, say Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. Again, you have questions about using Brokerage Plus, etc. Yeah, there appears to be something going on. I mean, I was looking at CRMD and was stuck at 483 for the longest time. It looks like it's okay now. The guys are aware of it, okay? The development is aware of it. Okay, this is not shortable. I see OLB is a short for the AI, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, I'm going to struggle to find a stock to talk about today. Panel, I haven't seen Panel for a while. Panl. Yeah, decent volume. Let's see if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Good volume coming in right now. And when you look left, what do we see? Let's see. Look at the monthly charts. We have to go back to 2018. Yeah, we have to go back quite a... Actually, you're right. I mean, this is now breaking out. I mean, this is back in 2017 where it got up to 840. So that's, it's 4 years ago. And it's a fairly low flow, 25.8 million in the float, so it's it's fairly low, certainly not high. I just don't see any reason for it moving. You don't have to have a reason, of course, as you know. Okay, I do see AEHR showed up in the option scanner. It's an all-time high. So let's see if it takes out, as again, use it as a watch list. Let's see if it takes out $10 later on. It's an all-time high, I guess. It's pretty low price stock to be an all-time high, but well, okay, what is PAYO doing? PAYO. That's what it's doing. Straight down. Wow. PAYO. Well, guys, I hope the afternoon start to getting a little more action. I mean, we've got a lot of action. Don't get me wrong. We've got a lot of alerts coming in, but just not, as somebody pointed out, not a lot of follow through. All right. IJA, RLX. Let's see what RLX is doing. Yeah. Why don't you tell me here? You're going to tell me you did. Lots of volume coming into RLX. Definitely a lot of volume. That's a huge float. $1 billion in the float. Approximately $1 billion in the float. So that's a lot of volume though coming in. And the volume increasing. Look at that volume increasing on the 15-minute chart. RLX. But what are we seeing here? This is a stock that got beaten up on Friday. CLIR, trying to come back a little bit here. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'm just going to change headsets just before I take off. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I am back. So 11:56. So I'm expecting Michael to show up any time now in our YouTube room. I'm just going to put the announcement in that I'll be taking a break. Oops. No. Little pop here, bad spread. TYHT, little pop at a bad spread. 1159, 1181. Some volume coming in, but not a great spread. Some room though. Wow, a lot of room on the monthly chart anyway. For TYHT, low float, China stock. Not really trading abnormally though, 0.88 relative volume. BEKE having not a bad day actually. Well, great day, 15%, big float, 809 million. This has been a meme stock in the past, I believe. Yeah, man, even the DSX, I mean, look at how, I mean, it got up to 555. It is pulled all the way back down here. So again, if you took this early, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'd be taking profit on things that pop. I just don't see huge follow-throughs.
Okay, everyone. Let's just test, make sure everyone can hear me here. And that worked. And then make sure I have everything hidden that I need to hide, and should be good to go over to right here. Oh, it looks like a little bit of a sizing issue. Bam. Okay. Pop that over. Awesome. Great. Everything looks good. Okay. Was on vacation last week, so was worried that something would break, but everything looks good. So, first of all, welcome to all. Again, if you're new here, what we do is we take an hour every day and we just open everything up to to chat, to ask questions, about trading or trade ideas in general, or kind of whatever you guys want to talk about. It usually devolves into me ranting about something, which I know some people enjoy and some people do not. So the more questions you ask, the less ranting I'll do. So I hope everyone had a good week last week. I was off, but just looking at the market, right? If we just go right into it, take a look at the SPY. Looks like nothing happened for the last 5 days. Slight pullback today, but again, nothing really happening. This week and the last week are, generally speaking, in my experience, pretty dead weeks. You get a lot of vacation time, the kids going back to school, all that kind of stuff. So you get a lot of chop back and forth, just people waiting. I think there's some inflation numbers at the end of the week. Maybe that will kickstart us a bit, but really nothing insane, I think, is going to happen one way or the other. So again, ask questions, whatever you want to hear, and I'll be happy to answer them. So, first of all, the first thing I see in chat there is a thank you for a free, I'm assuming you're talking about the free trading course. Let me grab that for anyone who's interested. This is something that I put on with my wife, and Trade Ideas kind of sponsored and gave me the time and technology and all the pretty graphics and everything. So thank you for Trade Ideas for this. It's a 39 lesson, fully free, always free trading course. So, that's fantastic. I'm glad you enjoyed that. It was really fun to put on. We did it during quarantine, and it's one of those, we were all locked down, so we had nothing to do anyway. Jess had always been interested in what I did. I know she's going to message me at work here. She has her own Wealth Simple account, in which it's basically Wealth Simple, I guess, is the Canadian version of Robinhood, which, free, really basic platform, but free chart. And she actually picked up some figs, and this is something that she uses as a dental hygienist and likes the company and likes the product that they do. So when it went public, she was interested in it. And I said, well, remember what you learned from everything I taught you, which is wait for prior resistance, become support. So I know she's in a few $1,000s worth. It's not a huge account that I started her off with at 36. So she's probably really happy now that it's up at 46. This topping tail looked a bit gross. I told her, right, watch 50 is going to be the number. I kind of like the look of this as a long-term chart. If you look down here on the weekly, any weekly close above 44, 45, we can get a weekly close above that. I think that'd be bullish. And then obviously $50 is your all-time high. So you got to watch that. Gary, yeah, I just popped over to the Slack, the Trade Ideas Slack, and there is some server glitches. It doesn't seem like it's on our end. It seems like it's on our server provider's end, but they're looking at that now. So, good that's happening at noon in the middle of the day. Sucks that it's happening at all, obviously, but they're aware and they're working on that. So now, so 36 to 82 milliseconds is really, really fast, right? You're talking, what's that, 0.3 seconds to 0.8 seconds for ping, and I'm sitting at 0.5 over here. But, there's a little bit of chart lag going on there. And then also you got to know if you're using the docking system. We're noticing that a lot of people are, building many, many, many docks and stacking them on top of each other, and that can cause a little bit of lag as well. But, if the beta is not performing the way you'd want, I'd suggest go back to the release version. We thank you for helping us test the beta, but, a beta is a beta. So it just means that there are some always some bugs to work out with betas, or it would be a fully launched product. Don't you do it, dog. I can hear him when he's about to freak out at something, but I'm looking at my cameras. I got cameras all around the house and there's nothing here, so I think your ears will be saved. It's the... Yeah, so again, if it's, if it happened since the server, the only thing I will say is I've done this myself, where everything is so nice and clean in its dock, then I actually open up like way too many docks, and that messes everything up. So make sure you go from there. All right. Hey, Michael, how can I scan for stock behaviors like CrowdStrike, CRWD, CRWD? Okay. Hey, Mike C, how's it going? I just missed your... And Upstart, which I know Upstart's been a rocket. So I guess you're looking at the intraday, which moves up with small volume, then down with down $1 to $5. So I guess it's all like things like that. When you say something like, let's go to 5 minutes here. When you say small volume and large volume, right, you obviously need to quantify what that means. But you're basically looking for, I guess, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're kind of looking to buy this dip, right? You're looking for a dip buy on these as they sell down. Because actually, if that's true, I've got an idea that you can try. Let me make sure I'm reading that. Moves up with small volume, then up or down $1 to $5. If it's this look that you're looking for, which is actually one of my favorites for kind of intraday dip buying, what I would do is on your scan, go to one of my favorite filters we actually have, which is our consecutive candles filter. So you see how, let's switch it over to DocuSign, but just note this, right? Go to search, type in consecutive, and you'll see the candles there. But if you go into, what was the other one? Upstart, UPST. UPST, I think I'm on an older, I'm on an older beta. There we go. Upstart. Yeah, and this one's consecutive up. So again, if you're looking for kind of revision to the mean on these, though, that consecutive candle filter, I think will really help out. And I actually have one that I use, I can share, I think for 15 minutes. Yeah. And you might want to give this a try just to see. So what this looks for is stocks that are, let me actually bring up the configure here. So this is the, down. So this looks for candles that are down at least 3 15-minute candles in a row. And then again, if you wanted this to be positive, you would just take that and you'd put that at 3, and it's 3 15-minute candles up in a row. So you can do the same for 2s, you can do the same for 5s, whatever your time frame is. But I just find it's one of those things that, like, how often do you see, that 20 15-minute candles down in a row, right? So when you start to get to like insane numbers of this thing's been up or down, like let's actually bring this and put this on 15-minute chart. And then let's look what match, right? So match is down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 15-minute candles in a row. That's pretty substantial. And actually, looking at this, we're down this many 15-minute candles in a row, and we're right at this little support area. So this is kind of the setup that I use with this scan, where I'm looking for, stuff to pull back on consecutive candles or move up on consecutive candles. So Upstart, I'm actually looking at my day trading platform here on another screen. I may actually look to buy if we kind of get above this. What's it? I don't know. Call it, what's the high of this candle? So call it 158.25 with a stop under that at 157. So I'm risking about a buck, probably risk a buck. So then I say, well, what's the probability I think we get $2 and get up to that area? And it's pretty okay. So I may take a look at this one. I find it's a nice, it's not your, I'm looking for a gapper and I'm going to chase this gapper up 1,000% or down 1,000%. But for me, it's a nice kind of chill way to place a couple intraday trades. Well-defined risk. You're not swinging for the world on them. You're just, a little bit of a revision, a little bit of pullback kind of play. Hey Mike, what do you think about Ichimoku? Does TI have it? TI doesn't. We may build it in as an indicator fairly soon. It's a wildly requested one. I'll say it's the same as any indicator. If there was an indicator out there that made money, that would get priced out of the market immediately and it would stop making money, right? It's just kind of the nature of the market. Whereas if there was something on its own that worked, that thing would no longer work, right? Because if they say, okay, I know a bunch of people are going to buy when the Ichimoku cloud does this, then there'd be all these predatory hedge funds that say, okay, well, I'm going to, either buy before them and then sell to them, or I'm going to wait until a bunch of people buy it and slap it down, right? So the market is this self-correcting mechanism when it comes to indicators and things like this, is what I will say. But, as part of, like, you'll notice I don't use a lot of indicators or anything myself, but as part of a system, maybe, right? So, you take this and you combine it with some other technical analysis and you combine it with some statistics, maybe, but just on its own, it's not gonna, it's a trend following system, right? So these, trend following systems have been studied to death. It's going to be one of those things that a trend following system, on average, you're going to be right 35 to 40% of the time. And, if your risk management's good, then you'll do okay. But that's about it. So I would say, just like anything, there's no magic to it. So again, if there was a system or a indicator that would make a bunch of money, you wouldn't know about it, right? Because no one would just publish it out there on its own. And B, it would get what we call arbed away or arbitraged away, where these other algorithms and systems would then prey on this, right? Which again is why you always need a combination of things, and there always needs to be a human element in pretty much any way that you trade. The only holy grail of trading is risk management, right? Everything else is just kind of a tool to try to, increase your win rate 1% or so when it comes to risk management. Yeah, I think okay, so 2 questions coming in there. Trying to simplify my trading and focus on a single setup. Is there any alert for intraday flags? Again, it's one of those things that's going to be different depending on your definition of flags. What I will say is that Holly, if you look at, and you can right click on, oh, mine won't come up because I'm on a different server, but if you right click on Neo, there's 2 strategies. One's breakout, or one's pullback long and one's pullback short. These are optimized algorithms that look for kind of the same thing, but let me see if I can find. I think I may have some pre-built ones that are again, for me, do the same kind of thing. The guiding hand, long. Yeah, and I think you can flip this as a short. Let me just make sure it's the one I'm thinking about. Kind of. It's going to give you a lot. Again, it is a lot to do with what is your definition, what is your... So I maybe take this one and then start to play with it and modify. Like you may want it higher in its range or something, but it is basically looking for stocks that are exhibiting high volume and then pushing sideways. And then looking to, in this case, they didn't work, but looking for a move up. So this may be a place to start. I know we have daily flags. Yeah, that's a daily. Just trying to see if I have anything. Here's yeah, this is actually probably a decent one to start with. And what this is looking for, it's looking for really strong stocks that are pulling back. And then the red one is looking for weak stocks that are bouncing up. So this may be a good way to take a look at. So how did I find that? Pull back on winner. So give this a shot, and then again, modify it as need be. But this is a really good one that I like, where you're basically just looking for, again, on these weak ones like ME here, you know, it's just looking for stocks that are weak on the day, but then they're kind of bouncing up, again, using that consecutive candles feature. And then SEER, SEER, same kind of thing. It's looking for strong stocks that are then kind of pulling back a bit. So it's, you know, looking for, basically looking for pullbacks, right? And I agree, if you're looking for a very simple way to get into intraday trading, I think you're kind of on the right path to say, you know, let me find something that's already in a trend, so I don't have to try to, you know, everyone wants to buy the thing as before it breaks out and into the trend, right? And that's very hard to near impossible, but I think you're on the right track to say, well, I want to find something that's already in a trend, and then I want to try to, you know, see if I can just find a point to get onto that trend. So you can give that a shot. And then the other one was instructional videos for trade ideas for the docking system. And we do. This is a good one, I think, to start with here. That kind of shows, but I'll show you around a little bit as well. My A-list chart scan, they're all long positions. The A table looks for, not necessarily I'm going to buy them all, right? But it looks for things that, you know, it scans for things that often produces long setups. But I rarely short anything on that list if that's what you're looking for. Just because it's looking for things with high short floats, and I get nervous when right, like this is a 35% short float roughly on INVA, and I would get nervous shorting that. And then again, note it's a swing trading scan, right? So I would take something like INVA and say, okay, if we can close, above 550 or so, maybe that's something I want to participate in. But yeah, I try that for the docking system. But essentially, the crux of it is, right, when you grab one of these kind of header bars and you kind of hold this out, whatever you hover it over, you see you get this kind of cross type of a thing. If you go to this side of the cross, you see how it highlights that half blue. That means that if I let go right now, the thing that I grabbed will take up that half of this chart. And if I go to the top, it does the top, the right, and the left. And then if I go into the middle, it will create a tab. So let's actually do that with, so if I grab this and I go to the bottom here and let go, it took up the bottom of that. So if I grab this one here and then I go into the middle and then let go, you can see that now I have a tab. So up here, I have different tabs of charts now. And this to me is my favorite part of this whole thing. The fact that I can have one dock, but I can have things hidden behind things, so that when I go from day trading to swing trading, I can just go and I can click. You can also click this little down arrow if you don't see both of them. You can click that and you can say, oh, I want to go to this one. You go to that tab as well. And then the rest is just, right, grab it and hold it, whatever you want. If you want to do something that changes the entire dock, like you have the dock the way you set up and you want to save it to the cloud, or you want to do something like that, just right click on the actual header bar and you get this menu right here. And this is where a lot of the cool stuff is hidden. Take a drink of my coffee here. So you can do things here like change the title of your doc, for example, where you can go through and say, hey, maybe I want to, let me start that again. So here's where you can do some cool things about the doc, right? You can duplicate it if you want to make maybe a separate doc and change some things about it. You can change the title of the doc. Like right now, I'm just on the TI Strength channel. So you can see up in the top corner here, that just says TI Strength. But if this was a channel that I wanted to make my own, I could click on this and just type in whatever I wanted to. You can pin this doc, and by pinning a doc, it basically will mean, say for example, you have a doc that's your intraday scan, but then you want to go and you want to do some channel surfing. You can pin it, and what will happen is that as you surf through channels, your other doc will remain right where it is, untouched. It's a feature I use a lot, but warning, be careful, because if you pin things and then reload that same thing and then pin that thing and reload that same thing and so on and so forth, it can start to get messy where you've got like 10 windows stacked on top of each other. That will lag the system and your computer, so be careful about those. It's also where you can edit custom channels. So you see I've got some custom channels right here. I don't even think they work because this is just a little demo thing that I'm looking at. You can look at the channel descriptions if you want to see what's going on, and then you can save it to the cloud. So if you have a doc the way you want it to be, you've set it up and you like it the way it is, save it to the cloud. There's save or save to cloud, but I would, or save or share to cloud. It will give you a link that you can share to people, but just save it to the cloud always, like often. The old video game saying, save early, save often. Just because if something goes wrong, it's in the cloud. Like a couple years ago, I had just a hard drive explode on me, and I was happy. Everything that I had saved to the cloud from different things made me more and more happy because it was all right there. So. Is there any way optimize alert to scan to pick up the green stick early? That sounds like you're looking for a crystal ball. We would all love that. seems like I keep missing half the uptrends, I would say that's just part of trading, right? If you knew what was going to be an uptrend before it was in an uptrend, don't tell anyone. Open up a hedge fund, make billions and billions and billions of dollars. Is there a parameter to pick it up after 3 or 4 green candles? Yeah. So if you want to see a bunch of consecutive green candles, that would be that consecutive candle filter that I would talk about, where, you would say, if you wanted this to have 5 consecutive green 5-minute candles up, you would just make that minimum 5. And then for it to reach the scanner, it has to be up 5 candles in a row. Or you said 3 to 4, right? So you could say 3. And then it will be a minimum of 3. If you wanted to then cap that at 4, you would put 4 in the max column. Or you could just set the minimum of 3, and then you're basically saying, I want at least 3-minute candles up in a row. But finding things before they get into uptrends, that's what everybody's looking for, regardless of time frame. So again, if you figure that out, don't forget about me. But my thing is more, I want to buy pullbacks or consolidations, right? Because after 20 years of trading, I've kind of gone, okay, it's not possible to get them before they go as consistently as it is to try to get the second leg. One of my trading mentors always called it the second mouse play. And it's one of those, what's the saying? The early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese, because the first mouse got clapped by the trap. So I always like to, and it just keeps life simple, right? Again, if anyone ever comes to me and says, hey, where do I start in trading? I'm like, find a trend, find a pullback or consolidation into that trend, and then find a way to get that second leg up. And that's kind of the easiest way to get going, instead of trying to be the guy that tries to predict before things happen. Thanks for docking info. When will your day trade demo be completed? I'm not too sure what you mean by that. My day trade demo. If you just want to specify a little more, like we do all kinds of day trading over here at Trade Ideas. For me, I'm more of a swing trader. I do some day trading. I kind of like, I like to see if I can put through a couple low risk day trades a day. If I can make a few $100 a day by doing it, that's great. But for me, kind of the real money is in the swing trading. Like I just got out of some hippo today. I'm probably going to regret this, but I picked up some hippo round 4. I just saw, again, using the same consecutive filter that I just showed you guys, but for days, I saw that there was consecutive, this many consecutive days down in a row. And then I picked some up when it kind of was holding $4 here. I think my fill was like $4.10 or so. Went on vacation, came back at the perfect time. So I got out of most of this around like $4.50 today. I've got a couple hundred shares left, really nothing to write home about. Other one I want to look at is Owlet. Getting a little chart lag here. Let me do an old reset connection. OWLT. Maybe they're rebooting the chart servers. We'll be patient with that. Can you make enough money swing trading? Isn't day trading more? Well, there we go. So yeah, I'm in some of this Owlet, the same kind of thing. Sold off dramatically, holding 6, buying support at 6. So so first, hold on. Consecutive higher volume bars. Not at this time. We're working on an alert that will do that. You can look for volume spikes. So if you want to go and you want to just look for volume percentage, right? And again, the way you find anything in trade ideas is right click, configure, and then go to the search. And if you look at volume, you can see, right, volume 5-minute percentage, 10-minute percentage, 15. So if you make any of these like a really high minimum number, that will show things that are doing crazy amount of volumes for that particular bar. And then we have relative volume, which is going to show overall for that day how much it's doing. So then the question, day trading, swing trading, right? So day trading, you generally get more leverage. So you can, in theory, make, bigger percentage gains by day trading. But I would always argue that there's more money overall to be had in not capping your time horizon, right? So for example, my best trade of probably the last few months was DVAX. All right, so I bought DVAX right in this area right here. And the reason was, if anyone's interested, is just, right, $12 was a massive level going back for a long time. It was here and here and here. So it broke above 12, pulled back to 12. This is one of my favorite setups, right? It's a very standard, right? Not reinventing the wheel on this one. So I bought some, I think, on this little candle right there. And I would love to say, hey, I just held it all until right there and sold. But, I sold a little bit, I think at 15 and a little bit here, and then the rest kind of in this area. And it's just because, again, that's a near 50% gain total. And because I didn't cap my time horizon. But again, you're taking on more risk because when you hold things overnight, you get less control about the risk. So it really, like anything in trading, is that it's a trade-off. You're either using big leverage for large positions in day trading where you have a little bit more control over things, or you're trading slightly smaller positions for longer periods of time in swing trading. Again, myself, I just like the fact that I don't cap my gains. Like the longest hold I think I've had this year was from a TI strength alert, which was Equifax, right? And the TI strength, if you don't know, it's the channel I'm on right now, but it's an algorithm. And if you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber, just know that you can get just this email for $17 a month. But if you're a TI subscriber, you get this plus, this channel and all the charts and data and stuff. But it was alerted right here on Equifax. And, if I had just held that for a day, I would have gotten out kind of right there. Whereas this thing ended up rocketing. I got out, I think, in this kind of area when it just chopped sideways for a while. Hindsight, right? Could have done another lag here. But again, so it's, risk versus reward, right? How long are you planning on trading versus how much leverage and things like that you want to use. And again, I think a lot of it has to boil down to what's your personality, right? Day traders are very fast thinkers, right? You have to be quick on your feet. You've got to be a guy that processes a lot of information quickly. Extreme discipline and self-control is needed when day trading, like extreme, because you're using such huge margin. On swing trading, that's a little bit less. For people, if you have a job somewhere, if you're doing something else, I'd say swing trading is probably a better option. For people under $25,000, right, it's kind of your only option. But it really has to do with personality. Are you okay with buying a stock and just waiting a few days, or are you one of those kind of more junky type people where you got to be in and out and in and out and out? And for me, I'm more of a what they call slow thinker. Thinking Fast and Slow is an amazing book on the topic where it talks about how different people think in different ways. And it talks about fast thinkers and slow thinkers. And whether you're a fast thinker, you should be doing certain things, and a slow thinker, you should be doing other things. So for me, I think I'm more of a slow thinker, and basically think about it as someone who would be a chess player would be a slow thinker. The here, some spam. The yeah, slow thinkers would be kind of your chess players, that kind of thing. A fast thinker would be like a Call of Duty guy, you know, someone who's really quick about how much data they process. So again, find what works for you. So, so the demo, day trade demo, that's just this. It's just a custom channel, and I may break it. But yeah, it's just a custom channel that I have just to show off, where it's got my price alerts down here. And then it's got just a couple scans, nothing fancy with the scans. These actually aren't even very good, but that's all that is. So basically, again, you can build your own custom channels. So that's actually kind of a cool thing to probably teach you guys. So I have, let's do this one. And this may be familiar to some people, where it's the TI strength alerts channel, right? So, you know, basically if you subscribe to those emails, or even, I guess, if you're and you bring up that little bar, you get this. And this is just a channel that I have saved so that I can, every week when I do the TI strength alerts email for you guys and put it into the system, it's just all right here. So if I wanted to make this a custom channel and be part of my channel bar, I can just right click and I can go edit custom channels. And let's just get rid of that, because that's not very good. Get rid of that one, that's not very good. And go add channel, and then call it whatever. So let's just call this one test. Test. And then you can pick whatever channel bar art you want. You can actually upload your own, if that's, you know, something that interests you, right? You can create your own picture and upload it and all of that. And then you just go select from cloud. And what you want to do is you just want to find a layout. All right, so let's do many charts. And let's actually call this many charts, just because I like, this is kind of what I look at when, you know, I'm not demoing stuff. I just have this channel up, which is just many charts, right? And then you see that it filled in the cloud link right here. So just make sure that's filled in, and then just click OK, and then apply. And you can see that the ones I deleted are gone, and the ones that I added are back. So now I can just click on this, and you see that it opens up this, which is, again, aptly named just many charts, right? So this is kind of, when I'm not showing you guys my screen, I have just this layout open on another monitor, and then I have my real Trade Ideas account for trading. And you know, this is just a bunch of charts so that I can take a look at and see how everything's doing and stuff like that. Fill it out with some holdings I may have, or something of that nature. But you can see that that's right here under this channel bar now. So I can go from looking at the Wall Street Bets channel. Oh, that one's kind of breaking for me. That's okay. And then we can click on many charts, and you see that that opens up as well. So it's just a quick way to get to the to that from this bar, as opposed to going, you know, file, load, that type of thing. Again, on my main thing that I look at, you get, you know, on the main thing that you look at, you basically get, just move this, just do that for now. So it's just a quick way to say, hey, I want to take a look at what's going on here, what's going on there. Yeah, saying I'm a TI member, I don't get the Strength Alerts email. You actually get this, and you get this earlier than everyone else, I'll say. Currently, we don't have, it's a back-end issue. We've talked about it. I'm trying to figure out how to get it to current subscribers, you know, the whole email system. It's that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff as well. But you know, I would just go to your app, loads up here, and you get it every, yeah, you get it right away, right? So you get it usually, I'll say, on Saturdays, whereas everyone else kind of gets it on Sundays. So I'm sure in the future they'll figure out how to make it so that everybody gets access to it, but it's in the system. And then again, you get all the setups right here. And I always just say, we have entries and exits and that type of thing, but just like anything, right? Use your discretion. There's no free lunch, that kind of stuff. But how often am I checking my swing trades during the day for take profit or cut losses? 99% of the time, I only look for entries and exit. And this is an experiment that I've been doing for a couple months now and love it. I only look at my swings, generally speaking. Now, I talked about Hippo today, and that's just because I noticed it came through some volume alert scans I had where, so I noticed that it was up 25% today, so I stepped in a little bit earlier. But generally speaking, I only look at them the last hour of the day. That last hour, basically, because I'm a candlestick guy, and I also have a bunch of algorithms that I've just tested for entering in the last hour. But because I'm a candlestick guy, I want to look at what the candle looks like on the close, and that's what I want to use to enter. So I just want to look at the close of that candle. So basically for my day trading, I pop into my day trading setup for kind of the first hour of the day, and I do my day trading there. And then for my swing trading, I just look at that at the last hour of the day, right? So that's kind of how I separate it. And same when I'm exiting, like I always have a stop loss for every position in case something goes insane when I'm not looking. But when it comes to normally exiting, I want to exit on the close because, how many times have you exited out of a good looking swing trade? I'm trying to find, there's a couple of them that I did recently, but, and then you find out that was like the low of the day. So for me, I want to say, okay, I want to exit my position when the close looks ugly, and I want to enter it when the close looks good to me based off whatever setup I'm doing. So again, for me, day trading, first hour, swing trading, last hour, the middle of the day is when I do other type things like, talk to you guys or do my YouTube videos or something like that. And I actually have a video all about this. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah. Again, it's a very educational video, so it gets no views. So check that out. And I just called it, I don't know what it's called now, but I talked about treating trading like a sport. And basically, if you were doing any other kind of sport, you were doing boxing or whatever, the amount of time you spend on the actual sport itself is nothing compared to all of the other training, right? So I use the example of a boxer. If you look at, there's a pie chart of what a boxer's period of time spent training boxing would be, right? It would be mostly watching tape, doing mental drills, exercising, right? Getting your cardio up, doing all these things. And the amount of time actually spent fighting is very, very low because it's dangerous, it's damaging, and it's just not the best use of time. Whereas, if you look at trading, a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll spend 7-8 hours a day staring at the screens, and then maybe, if they're lucky, 30 minutes reviewing their trades, coming up with new strategies, that kind of stuff. And I think that that's totally wrong, and people should look to flip that and say, hey, I'm only going to, because for me, I look at the market again, that first hour-ish and the last hour-ish, and ignore it for the rest of the day. But that other times during the day, again, I'm working on my YouTube channel and stuff like that, but I'm also contemplating and testing new strategies and algorithms, and I'm talking to other traders and seeing what they're doing that's working and all of this other stuff. And I would say if you're one of those people that at the end of the trading day, you felt like you got hit by a truck, then you're doing way too much of the, looking for stuff as well, and, move from, something else, right? So that's, again, that's the way I look at it anyway, right? It's just spend less time staring at the charts ticking up and down, spend more time looking at, recording your trades and journaling and these other things that I know from mentoring traders. The good traders are building strategies, writing trading plans, journaling, doing these type of things. And the traders that are usually struggling are just coming in every day and shooting from the hip for 7 hours and then going to bed. And it's just not, in my opinion, it's just not the way to spend your days. What are the best instructional videos I can look at for swing trading? Again, I'm always going to recommend this free trading course that I did. I'm obviously insanely biased because I put a lot of time and energy into this course. Other than that, swing trading's no different from day trading, right? Find a setup, back test that setup, paper trade that setup, and then make sure you have a written and tested trading plan. If you're coming into trading and you don't have a trading plan, I always say you're gambling and leave, right? Barry will be back in 15 minutes. We're just doing a little Q&A now, and then Barry comes back after that. I don't know what you're talking about there. Iris, if you want to just specify. Alerts and share volume that you are using, please. Not too sure. If you're looking at what I'm looking at, is just this channel right here on the channel bar. That's all I have up. So you can just go to your channel bar and click on that, and away you go. Will I be interested in increasing the strength alerts from 5 to 10 stocks? No, and that's just because that's what the algorithm... So I spent about 6 months building this algorithm, and then we back tested it for 5 years. And then we spent about 6 months forward testing the algorithm, which means trading with real money in the real market and going from there. And it seems like splitting across the top 5 is the best. So eventually, I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to give you... It's built with another system, so we have to merge it into this system. But I think eventually this channel is going to have all of them, like ranked from 0 to 1. And you can do what you'd like with it. But just note that I tested the top 10 and I tested the top 5 and all of this stuff. And what I found is that the more that were in it, the more diversified you were and the more you just met the returns of the SPY. So, that's the way we go. Right, so it's going to be, again, this is what was tested. So eventually you guys will get access to the full scan that will just refresh every 10 seconds and change throughout the day. Again, that's just a technical feat that they have to get over. But just know that I've tested that. I've also tested holding the 5 for a month on top of a week, and returns are about the same. Which again, it's not magic, like nothing is, but over those 5 years, it beat the market year over year. Again, you're not trading stuff with this system that's going to go from 1 to 1 million. I know we had any last week that was just a monster, right? The entry for any was right here, and then it went all the way up to a double. I hope people didn't just hold because an algorithm told them to. I hope they thought for themselves a bit and said, oh, I doubled my money in a week, I should take at least some. But there are people out there that think that the algo's magic, or any algo's magic, and you should just follow it. But I know myself, I wish I could say I held up here. I got out most of my position in this area, right? I was, or where to look at this, yeah. It was basically the next day, because I was in here, and then, yeah, I was out around $2 or so higher. But again, the TI strength window I'm looking at is just right there in your channel bar. So just look for the strength alerts, click on that, and away you go. That's included in all subscriptions. I'm just using what they have here for me. I've seen your interviews on Trader TV Live. Oh, that's awesome. Again, I'm not too sure what I've been talking for a while. I'm sorry. I don't know what particular volume scanner we're looking at. I think I just said that you can go, and if you're depending on your written trading plan, which is where all scans should come from, if you're looking for volume increases, so this is the only thing I remember talking about, is just take a look at these volume percentages and put in there whatever meets that written and tested trading plan for. You know, if you're a shorter term trader, you might be more interested in 5-minute volume percentage. If you're a longer term one, it may be 30. But again, whatever your trading plan says, right? Sorry, I was interrupted there. See my interview at Trader TV's live. That's awesome. First of all, thank you for watching those. And second of all, just note that that's going to be every 2 weeks now. I guess you're not the only one that liked the interviews. So every 2 weeks, Friday at 8:45 Eastern, I'll be on Trader TV Live for that little 5-minute segment before we get going into the market. So I got to always think of content for those. Great guys. I Canadians, right? So I'm a little biased, right? I like anytime Canadians get successful at anything. So, but great guys. I know you don't intraday trade a whole lot, but what scans do I look for when I do day trade? Yeah, I shared them. Let me grab them for you. I basically look at, where did I put those? A lot of these pull back. So let's share this. And then let's actually load these. And again, it's because I don't like doing what everyone else does, and it's probably a detriment. But I'm not one of those that likes to just go after, okay, here's what's gapping, away we go. But for me, I'm more of a pullback trader when it comes to both day trading and swing trading. For my personality, I just find that pullback trading is the best. I'm not saying that it's the best way to trade, but saying that it's my best way to trade, in which I just look for a trend already be established, and I look for a way to get in that trend. So how I use these windows is they're basically looking at stocks that are up or down pretty big on the day, but there's consecutive 15-minute candles in the opposite direction, right? So what you'll see a lot of is, right, this thing's down on the day, but if you look at it, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 15-minute candles up in that opposite direction. So I'm looking to see if I can grab this pullback, and maybe it continues as a trend continuation. Maybe it just comes down a little bit. But that's more or less what I'm looking at. Like, so for this seer, I missed this one. I'm obviously chatting with you guys, but it's looking for, oh, not now, get out of here. But it's looking for, right, this thing's obviously up big on the day, and then it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles down, and now it looks like it's rebounding a bit. So again, the way I look at these is just, I want to get a strong move up and then a pullback, and I'm just going to try to buy into that pullback for a continuation. And same with my swing trading, right? So DVAX, just move these out of the way so I can type. And again, that cloud link is right above you, so you can grab those. But DVAX was the one I was talking about from a swing trading point of view. And I just noted that this $12 on DVAX was a huge, huge level. So when it broke that and then it pulled back, that's why I bought into this pullback. And then, you know, this is an outlier, right? I wish they would all work like this. But the reason I like pullback trading is that I like someone else to chase the breakout, and to, because if you look at this one, if we go back a bit and we look at $12, it broke $12 here and it couldn't even hold it for a day, and it sold off. And then it broke $12 here and then it sold off. And then it broke $12 here and then it sold off. That to me seems like a pain to try to get that kind of move. Whereas when it broke $12 and pulled back and held $12, that's when I like to get in. And what it means is, and this is, again, everything in trading is a trade-off, funny enough with the name, is that as a pullback trader, I miss the stuff that just rockets. You know, if DVAX just went straight from broke 12 and then just rocketed to 20, I don't get that. And, you know, you just have to be okay with that. For me, I'm totally okay with. What was another one that PLXW or PXLW? Yeah, it was the same thing. I bought, man, I wish I could say I held that long. I got out of most of PXLW right here, but it was the same thing, right? It had this resistance area for a long time, broke out. I didn't get that breakout, pulled back. I bought into this pullback and then bounced. Again, I'm cherry picking the winners because they're the ones that stick out in my mind. But the benefit I find is that, you know, if I bought into this pullback, if it sold off just a little bit more and got back into this range, well, I'm out. So I was risking, you know, as in, you know, call it here, and I would have been out, say, here. So that's my risk. And then my return was, you know, in that area. So I made 3 or 4 times my risk and rinse and repeat. So if I can be right 50% of the time, then away we go, you know. Wow. I started TI Strength Alerts last Monday. The first week paid for the next 16 years worth of subscription costs. You mind if I grab that screenshot and use that? We can put that as a testimonial. That's fantastic. I'm really glad to hear it. You know, I wish it would be like that every week. You know, it won't be, sadly, but that's kind of how this thing works, is that you're always looking at the strongest stocks. So, you know, you get a lot of chop, I noticed, but, you know, if you can put up with a lot of chop, like for me, I didn't do anything with the strength alerts today, right? DocU, I want DocU over here, right? I want NTLA, I wanted that, you know, over 180. KL, right? I want it over here, right? MUFG, this one actually looks good. I just didn't like it because it doesn't move very much, right? Like that's 260 and that's 560 and 540. And FTFV, same kind of thing, right? I want it to hold above these prior day highs. They haven't, but now that I'm looking at them, these might be okay pullback buys, like DocU pulling back into this area, NTLA pulling back. NTLA, I think I might like the best here. Let me actually. Let's see, guys. When I buy into pullbacks, I like RSI divergences. Oh, and there is one here. I may have to buy some of this. I just like, again, right, like I was talking about, we had this base, we broke out, we pulled back. I may buy some right here with just a stop like right under here. And then if it does end up breaking, then I got a way better price than most people. I'm just copying and paste your comment there, Brian, into the marketing. Yeah, where's my, I hope this doesn't mess up what you guys are looking at. Let's put that over there. A round of drinks to start. If they ever let me, assuming you're in America, if they ever let us dirty Canadians back into America, it might be. I'll always take a free drink, right? And NTLA. I'm going to buy Barry's probably clamoring to get the room back, but I'm in the middle of a trade here, so he can wait. Let's buy that much. And we'll buy that at market, and we'll click. And there's the British guy. Order partially filled. All right, so I picked some up there. Not a crazy amount, but what other strength symbols? You know, like DocuSign, I don't like how it had this wicked candle and then a full reversal, but you know, maybe this thing reclaims 300. I may take a shot on it. KL is in the gold space, so I like this one. If the market's going to continue to be weak, you know, people often gravitate to gold. So I'll watch this one, and if this one, you know, maybe gets over like 42, maybe I'll get back in. And then FTV is kind of, I almost like FTV as much as NTLA. And again, the concept simply being, right, this thing's obviously in an uptrend. It came up, it pulled back. If it holds this pullback area, great. And then if it, you know, maybe closes below 74 is when I'd kick it. What I liked about NTLA, and I'm sure Barry's clamoring to get me out, but is that NTLA on the intraday has an RSI divergence, which essentially just means that the momentum indicator for the RSI is making higher lows, whereas this one's making lower lows. Often this can be used as a short-term reversal, but I like the long-term kind of pattern on NTLA with this cup. And again, the way I look at it is I bought like right where we are. So I bought right here. I'll probably be out if we close right here. So this little bit's my risk. And then if we kind of want to make a run at 200, that will be my return, right? Whereas I always look at it and I say, hey, no trader, myself included, is right 70, 80, 90% of the time. So if we say that you're going to be right 60% of the time, then, you know, which I've kind of made peace with, that I'm probably going to be right between 50 and 60% of the time for the rest of my trading career. So it's all about how much can I make when I'm right versus how little I can lose when I'm wrong, and I forget everything else, right? So I looked at that, and I always say, you know, assuming I have a 50-50 shot of being right, buying at 166.75-ish is my fill. I'm going to stop it at, you know, if we close below 150, I don't know, let's say 10 points, right? So I'm risking $10 a share. I picked up, I'm not going to, I don't think Barry talks sizes. So let's say I'm risking $10 a share. So then I say, what's the probability that I can make $20 a share? Pretty good, right? I think if we get up to say 200, well, now I'm up $40 a share. So if I'm risking 10 to make 40, then I only need to be right 25% of the time. So any percentage higher than 25% of the time I make money. So again, if I'm right half of the time, then that's a good trade. And that's why my YouTube channel and you see me when I post and everything's called Stats Edge Trading, because that's how I think of the market, as this, you know, statistical mechanism. And I just want to be on the right side of those statistics. So I'm sure Barry's looking to boot me now. Mike C. It was nice having here. It's a good vacation. It's a good week and a bit off. I feel kind of recharged and ready to go. So thank you guys for having me. I guess is a better way to think about it. Just waiting to hear back. If I turn off the stream too early and Barry's not streaming, then it will kick you guys all out. So I'm just waiting for him to give me the thumbs up that things are good to go. He could be in a trade too. So I never like to push him too much, right? He could be sitting there. I don't know. I'm sure there's someone in both the room. He might be like buying 1 million shares of AMC. All right, guys, I'm going to switch back to Barry. Thanks for having me, and I'm here every Tuesday. This time frame is always for Q&A, so tomorrow there'll be someone else. Next day there'll be someone else. So if you don't like hearing my voice, but you want more questions answered, any of the other days is fine. If you want to hear more from me, statsedgetrading.com or on YouTube or whatever, and I'll be back on Tuesday, and I'll talk to you then.
I'm waiting on this BDSI. I don't want to lose sight of this one, just in case it has, get some volume. It had some good volume here. Didn't really move it that much. Well, I know Zach uses center point. It seems to have lots and lots of shorts. I don't know enough about them, know how much it costs or anything like that, but it seems to have a lot of shorts. Center point. Yeah, we've definitely got some issues here. I got to do a reset. VLTA, so I mean it's extended like anything. Obviously, okay, so this is I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. If this is not an IPO or it's a SPAC or whatever, because we look at the lifetime range. If this were truly an IPO, getting so tired of this, not knowing whether these things start out, if they're actually IPOs, have they made a symbol name change? At any rate, according to our source or data, it's not even close to a lifetime high. So all right, don't lose sight of the SRZN, okay? I mean, you never know. It just has to get some volume, get back up over 11. It's a fairly low float. It's not over 11, over 12. And if it does take out 12 on volume, obviously it's got a ton of room. Cypher's put a $19 price target on it. Not that it's going to hit 19 today, more than likely, but that is the reason, I guess, for the pop. Yeah, I have no thoughts on Mara or Riot or anything. I mean, obviously, they're so tied to Bitcoin. So I just don't know. I mean, I'm not a Bitcoin player, so I know it had a drop this morning, and it sort of has rallied a bit. But so that's what you're playing. You're playing Bitcoin. If you have some sort of insight of where you think Bitcoin is going, then that is kind of Mara or Riot. But I certainly have no insight whatsoever. Well, I'm just really struggling here to find something that, I keep hoping that hope is not a trading strategy, of course, but I keep wondering if BDSI will get going. It's probably a SPAC, ARQQ. It's probably a SPAC, or maybe not. Not the way it's traded. I might be wrong. Oh, it's an IPO. It's an IPO today, I guess. Does it not show up as an IPO? Let's see. I don't see it as an IPO today. So again, I just can't tell if it's a SPAC. It looks like it was a SPAC though. I mean, look at it at $10, okay? So I guess I have no do up with the news. Yeah, so after the CENH, so it's a merger of some sort. Closing of the business combination. So that's what that's all about. How to use Brokerage Plus? Well, this is the video that was done by Michael. I think it pretty much goes into everything about it, which I'll just pop into the room here. There are two videos, so it's the second video is a longer video, goes into a lot more detail how to use Brokerage Plus. To use Brokerage Plus, if you're talking about using it to trade from within Trade IDs, you do need an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. So that link I put in has two videos. The first video, the small video, shows you how you connect to IB or E-Trade. The second video gives into a lot more detail about how you can use it. When you say of no, it was, I have no, well, I mean, SRZN got halted. That's all we saw. I think that's how most of us saw SRZN because of the halt. Right here. At the beginning of the day, there was really no volume. So it got halted here. That's when most of us saw SRZN. But look what happened afterwards. It just fell, and it's pretty erratic. And that opening gap up, it was probably on very little volume, hardly any volume. So it would have been a major gamble. Well, again, I'm just going to set my alert, about $12.10 for SRZN. Takes it out later on volume. I might get interested. Otherwise, I'm just going to forget about it. And we have another halt, NMTC. I'm sorry, resumed. Wow, how choppy is this one? Well, if you excuse me, if you had shorts available for IRNT and you had the AI, certainly on the re-entry, you got stopped out at the very, very beginning quickly, but on the re-entry of 25.40, this is what I'm talking about. There's just no shorts available, IB or E-Trade. So if you were going to use the AI, I don't know. I'm sure there are some brokers that might have had some shorts here, but this is what I'm talking about. Our re-entry 25.40, 21.10 now. So there's a $4 move downwards from their re-entry. Yeah, it's been kind of an issue off and on all day. JJ, yes. They are aware. All right, guys, so a word about what you're seeing here. This is in the simulator, okay? So I haven't talked about this. I should talk a little bit more. Where you see today's profit, that should be obvious. That is today's profit. Still in this, I mean, again, this is from the simulator. When it says 0, of course, I'm out of the trade. So I just exited this trade, okay, the SOAC trade. I just exited in the simulator. At one point, it was up $123. When I exited, I was only up $12. Probably not a good exit, right? So that's why I always say, I mean, the obvious one is to have today's profit column. I would have the max P&L and I would have the distance from exit price column also up and running. This can be a decent gauge to show you, well, how good are my exits? You know, here's one at one point, I was up $185 a mile. I'm only up 52 now. This one, I was up 123, exited for 12. Probably not a good exit. I mean, it probably should have been able to take more profit. I'm not saying you're going to get out right at the very penny. The other one is the distance from the exit price. The distance from the exit price is telling me, okay, when you got out of the trade, how far away is it from that exit? So if you were long a stock, you know, wanting to go up in price, and you exited, you would want to see a nice big negative number here from the distance from the exit price, because that would show you, okay, I got out, and now it's quite a bit below where I got out, which is what you want to see. So again, these can be nice little gauges to tell you how good are your exits. The cure on the way up, guys. Yeah, this is, yeah, well, I had this marketing meeting at 2. Yeah, this is not good, guys. I mean, we're getting too many having to reset. Well, if you're talking about extra, I'm out of this. This is just in the simulator, okay? Okay, so it's not an exit strategy. I mean, I'm out of it. See, it says 0. I just took this in the simulator to show, you know, to show people how you should obey your stops and things like that. So, I'm not in this HIPO. This was just in the simulator to show people, you know, the idea of placing a stop, obeying your stop, getting out of a trade if it's not working for you, things like that. Now at this point you see it's 24 cents above where I got out. But again, this is what you're seeing here is just a simulator, which we highly recommend you use before you start practicing trading, or before you start trading real money. It's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Yeah, KOPN 636. But what's looming right above it is that 200-day moving average, 665. Right there. So I mean that could easily stall it. Well, guys, again, I'm not getting too many new alerts. This is like not a lot of continuation in the things that I'm looking at. Even though I'm getting a lot of alerts from the option scanner, just not a lot of continuation. Take a look at Clover. Big meme stock, of course. Yeah, but look at the 200-day moving average for Copen. So I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 641. There it is, 665. That could really stall it, William. A move up, okay, above the 200-day moving average, okay, for Clover, CLOV. We don't even have a 200-day moving average. Wonder why. Typically, that means it hasn't been around for 200 days. You're talking CLOV? Because we don't have a 200-day moving average for it. $10.31. They must be taking into account when it wasn't a SPAC, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 30. I can do the math. 270. But I don't know that is. I don't know if that's trading days. The 200-day moving average. I don't know. Is that 200 trading days? In which case, it's going to be very, very, very close, I guess. Anyway, you guys have 1031. Okay. Yeah, it's a big float too, I mean, 200 million in the float. Always surprised that the memers are looking at this. I don't know what the short float percent is. We don't have anything on that. On the daily chart, John H. Oh, EMA. Sorry, you're saying the EMA. Okay. Yeah, most people don't follow the 200 EMA. No, we haven't had an issue like this for a while. I don't know if it's a symbol name change. No, it was a. Did we look at the news? Arctic gets shareholders' approval for quantum encryption deal. Forecast after the CENH merger looks solid. It's a business combination. All right, ENVB. Excuse me. For some reason, I had an alert. I must have put that on last week. On the move here, guys. Yeah, on the move. 16 million in the float. All right, guys. Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, well, let's see. Let's see. So if you guys are saying that was a 200-day moving average, so it is still sort of resting above it, 1031 for the CLOV. Well, it's still teasing in that area. I guess the 1035, I might take some and a 4-cent stop. You're short, William. I can't figure out if you're short this Copen or long Copen. Seems that you're probably long. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. Well, look at CRMD. I mean, it has been snoozing at $5 for the longest time. A little wee break here. Just a little one. A little bit of volume coming in. A slam down today. I like the short plays instead of the long plays, real, for this fib stuff. It seems like they're more. They seem to be better plays. That's all I can say. Meanwhile, ENVB is just doing. Oh man, look at this one. So we had an alert at 309, 325 now. I know I had my price alerts at just over 3, and I just lost sight of it. Huh? Yeah, I don't know what that one was. OPAD, guys. OPAD is sort of bouncing way back here. OPAD had the big pop in the first 15-minute candle, pulled all the way back, got up to 11.75, pulled all the way back down to almost $2 drop, and now it is starting to move. All right, we'll clove now, right back up, CLOV. Okay. Boy, this one, wow. I mean, this one has been halted, resumed. This is the champion of the day in terms of halts, resumes. I'm sorry, ARQQ. And it just got halted again on the way down. This is a mess. ARQQ. All right, maybe keep an eye on PLRX for a bounce here, guys. It's just over 20. It's been basically falling, ever since the huge pop in the pre-market up to 31. It's been basically falling all day. Maybe it's found a base here at 20. All right, come on, Clover. See if Real's fibs are going to be correct. IRNT, I'm sorry guys, IRNT, I just heard it again, probably moving down. Moving down, just not shortable for me. It goes red today. Well, it would have to drop another $3.50. Not saying it couldn't, but this was just insane Friday afternoon after hours. Okay, some of you are talking about LITB. I've seen that one for a while. Light in the box. Okay, so unless you're looking at something else that I'm not looking at, that is not a low float. 106 million in the float. That's not a low float. Have I got the right symbol? MDB. Okay, LITB. Well, but that's, you said a low float. Small float, that's not a small float. That's 106 million in the float. At least that's what we have, which is certainly not low, especially for a $1.50 stock. $27 million? Well, now you don't know what to say. I mean, go to 10 different websites, you'll find 10 different float information, my guess. I went to FinViz and they've got the same float information we do, so I don't know what to say. FinViz has 103 million, so we've got 106 million, so I don't know what to say. I know what to say. Go to 10 different websites, you're going to get 10 different float information. As I was saying, I love those fibs on the way up, real. Gold is looking really good now. Mm-hmm. Tracking, yes. You were really wrong about ADAP. And more volume coming in. Look at the volume coming in. That's what you want to see. You want to see some big volume bursts. All right, boy, we're getting a lot of alerts today from this option scanner. Surprisingly, you know, when I look at what the market's doing, but anyway, so the next one is CYXT, another one of these bios, I'm sure. No, it's not a bio. Okay. Again, it looks like a, you know, I'm starting to hate these things. I mean, it looks like a SPAC. walks like a SPAC, smells like a SPAC, therefore it is a SPAC. But seriously though, I mean, I just can't really tell anymore. For those of you who know what I was talking about, walks, talks like a duck, etc. Anyway, but I just can't tell. Because the problem is when I look at the position and lifetime range, it says 58%. Obviously, if this were if this were something brand new here, obviously that this would be an all-time high. So I just can't quite tell. Well, I may take my leave of BDSI. It just doesn't want to move at all. So I'm out. I might look at it later on, but took a 2-cent loss on the BDSI. I'll take a look. I'm going to stick an alert at 411, see if it takes that out later on in the day. Well, my stop was wider, Becca. It's just that I didn't like the way it was trading. I'm always, remember, my stop is always the maximum I want to lose on a trade. But my stop was a little bit wider. Probably you probably know, right around that whole number. But I just don't like the way it's trading. All right, I'll be back just a minute. Oh, all right, guys, it's 1:51. So yeah, today is Tuesday. So I'll be in a marketing meeting at around 2 o'clock. Put myself on mute. Following the clover. See how close it gets to Real's Fib, what was it, 1071? Was that the first one? All right. Owl is starting to come back a little bit here, okay? I'm just going to, again, I have my alert set way up, well, not way up here, but say 1515. Definitely want to know about it if it gets through 15 again on some volume. I mean, look at the volume on the 15-minute chart. It's just been decreasing, decreasing, decreasing. But if we can get some volume through 15 with the owl, I mean, why am I interested? Because it's got a ton of room. You look left, it's got just a ton of room. So, but it's been very, very messy so far today. Just got to, but I think if we can get through 15 again, I don't mean just at 15. I have an alert set here around 1520 or so. So 1520 or so with some volume. You know, imagine we get a big volume bar on the 15-minute chart. Sprinkler. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. It must be maybe this. I'm going to say this was an IPO. Okay, I'm going to say this was an IPO this month. Well, they don't, Eric. They don't all have to be low floats for me to be interested. It's just that when I looked at the daily and the monthly and everything, it's got a ton of room. That's all. They don't all have to be low floats for me to be interested. It also showed up on my option scanner. So, you know, when I see something from my option scanner, I certainly will be interested. Sweet as clover. All right, Peyton, I'm going to ask you the question in the YouTube room. Why does WMC have huge potential to skyrocket? You've just posted that. Something that is, you know, been beaten up horribly and is still drifting down. I mean, anything has potential, but why do you think it has potential? Other than the fact that, you know, it's near a bottom, but I mean, other than that, listen, 173 is the low. So why do you think that has potential? When I look at this right now, I see nothing. I don't see any reason to get into this one. So you're not answering me, Peyton, and maybe you can't hear me. So when I read a post like that and I see a stock like this, I just think, well, you better come up with some pretty decent ideas, but why you think this has the potential to skyrocket, not just move up, but to skyrocket. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm going to get ready for this marketing meeting. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, oh man. So this is the crazy one, obviously, today. EFTR. It'll be really interesting to see what it does after hours. Now, this is another one of those classic ones that if it closes well, near the highs, you can watch it after hours to see what sort of action it has. It reminds me a little bit of the, what one is it? The IRNT. We'll have to see. Though the IRNT really didn't have that big of a move during the day. It had the big move after hours on Friday. So I'm just going to watch this one. Have to see what it does after hours. Speaking of the IRNT, of course, it's sinking, but. And the SOAC, yeah, man, oh man, 1077 on the alert and 1228 now. I'm really, look, guys, I'm really still interested in this CYXT. I want to see if it holds this level here and then gets back up into the 1020s and starts to move. I mean, it obviously has room. Okay, I will. Real? Okay. Yeah, but William, you made your 1.08%, didn't you? I mean, obviously we need some volume to come into the CYXT. We need the volume. Boy, the CFTR, I mean, this could... What's the spread like? Let's take a look at the spread. 80, it's, you know what? It's not crazy. 804, 816 right now, 1790, 18. I mean, it's not crazy. I mean, it does expand, but for something that is moving this quickly. Stick an alert at the high of the day. It pops through that high with volume. I mean, it could go anywhere. Well, what about the VLTA? Is it starting to, okay, I mean, 1038 was the alert. Again, it's one of these ones, you get the volume coming in, it can just explode up. All right, so the volume is increasing on the EFTR, but yet the price is moving down. So Well, I actually wanted to type in EFTR. I type in EFT, not bad. Let me get it in. All right, guys, give me a moment. It's a server issue. No, they're aware. They're aware of it. It's a server issue. All right, guys. So let's see what the SPY is doing. So the SPY is starting to curl down a little bit now. And I'm continuing to watch this CYTX. Sorry, the CYXT. Well, this has been a choppy one, but my goodness. So there's the NMTC. It was halted. It resumed. Well, it got halted at 553. It opened at 6. Wow, it got all the way up to 683. But it is very choppy. All right, guys, I'm getting 3 o'clock. I'll be shutting down around 3 o'clock anyway. One last inputting of the promo code, which will expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So after this one, guys, it's going to be a while before we have another promo. So if you're looking for 20% off right now after the first month only or the entire year, just click on my homepage link. And this is what you'll see right there, Labor Day 2021, but that'll disappear by tomorrow. It's okay, Fast Johnny. You don't have to chat every day. ADAP guys, man, so that Genentech news, I mean, it finally did take effect. I always like the opportunity to tell William he was really wrong. Yeah, I mean it's been wild. This one has been really a really tough one, and NMTC. Look at the news on this one again. This SOAC. Okay, so yeah, so that is basically, you have to watch these. I guess I'm going to have to watch these a lot more closely. You know, so the shareholder said, yes, let's do it, as far as SOAC in deep green. And I guess it's going to be called TMC. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure what the new symbol will be, but this is what I'm talking about right here. So that's your news on SOAC. Well, this is definitely on a mission here. Just a minute, please. Man, SOAC. Tomorrow, I don't care. If I get a SPAC in this, my option scanner, the heck with it. Just take it. Especially if it's one of those ones in which they announce the news like SOAC did today. Yeah, you know, I know, it's just hard for me to do it. But I actually didn't, I should have read the news. I should have actually seen it. Today was the day they approved it. You know, the day they approve, yeah, you can get this sort of, you can get this action. All right, guys, CYXT, come on, go. Just got a bad spread, 10-10, 10-19. Catch, bid's got to catch up to the ask. If you had shorts, yes, EFTR. Just don't know how many people had shorts. Meanwhile, SOAC continuing to make a new high. Thou shalt not chase. But boy. Oh, I don't know if it was last year, David. I really don't know if it's a seasonal thing, really. We just remember that for several months they were all hot, and then they just died. I don't know. I don't know why the SPACs would be a seasonal thing. Meanwhile, ENVB continues its little climb here. Had the alert at $3 and I disregarded it. It's that simple. I put this alert probably a couple of weeks ago for some reason, and now look at it. I mean, you know, the next high looking left on the monthly is at 7. I'm not saying it's going to get there. The next high in the weekly is at 490. Boy, this has got a ton of room now. ENVB, low float, 16 million in the float.
63. How much was the last?
All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at, well, even BDSI. I mean, again, I know I had this one, took a 2-cent loss on it. Maybe just not dynamic enough. Yeah, maybe just not dynamic enough. And you know, I'm just paying attention to the ones that showed up on my option scanner. That's all. Okay, Aja. IRNT, guys, continues this. It's this. You know what? You might be white. You might be right, William. It may go negative. Has a ways to go, but it may go negative. Well, then your stops. If listen, lemon lime. If that's constantly happening to you, then obviously your stops are too tight. You know, I mean, if you're literally saying it always happens every time I get stopped out and then it moves, well, then your stops are too tight. You better, you know, practice in the simulator. Ooh, guys, I tell you what, that EFTR, it is, telling you, this could be really wild after hours. You know, it takes this out right here, get some volume. I know that Zach was short. I don't know if he's still short, but you know, this takes out the right there, like 1749, which is the high of that 15-minute candle, and the high of the body of the previous one, and then the high of that body. That could really, really get it going again. All right. Well, I don't think the the CYXT is just not. And the spread just got stupid, so I'm gonna forget about that one. Yeah, you too, Real. Thanks a lot, obviously, for all the help you give the room and the great calls. Look at that CYXT. Wow, that really went the other way. Well, no harm. I mean, I just just have to set my alert. Didn't trade where I wanted it to, and that was it. So now my focus is this EFTR in case it does the crazy thing of taking around that 1761. It may not. Well, I'm sure there were people that traded ADAPT today. Yeah, no, I mean, William, it was not, when I got into it, I mean, it wasn't really moving, and it didn't move for a couple of hours. So this DD, I mean, it looks like there's some decent support right around here, 950. So that's about 25 cents away. Well, if it hadn't come from my option scanner, I probably would. Well, there's no way I would have taken it. Number one. But as you know, I've just seen too many times where out of nowhere, all of a sudden volume comes in. Well, even now, I mean, this is, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there's the BDSI. And of course, it had a little bit of room to the 437 mark. All right, guys. Closing the room around 3. Hey, no problem, producer. Boy, this is this EFTR halted? It's not just not trading now. I mean, it is trading. Don't get me. I know it's not halted. I know it's not halted. It's just sort of stuck here. Well, I'm telling you what I'm doing, guys. I know Zach thinks it's going to head back down here, and it easily could. I'm going to be watching this after hours, especially if it gets back up into this area. See how it starts trading in the first 5 minutes, and all of a sudden we start getting some volume. Well, I'm not telling anybody to take a trade, but I'm going to be pretty interested in the EFTR after hours. Where to start? Okay, well, I'm going to give you my homepage link, number 1. Okay, you can start there. I have a lot of information there, producer. Okay, so there's my homepage link. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. First of all, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Okay, right here. This is the scan section right here. So I'm sharing a layout. It's not exactly the layout you see, very close, but I'm sharing a layout plus a lot of individual scans. But if you're just starting out, I would really recommend you take a look at this. The education section right here. Click here, And the first section is the 20 introductory lessons. And, you know, just things like, what is a top list? Building a top list. What are alert windows? Okay. All the basic features are explained here. Okay. More education. Educational videos here. You know, starting trade ideas from scratch. Back to basics. I mean, if you're new to trading, you know, what is a stock? I mean, it's a little 36-part video series that was created by Michael, like Trade Ideas, and it starts off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, this is a great resource also. So there's a lot of information on my homepage link. Just save my homepage link, and then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. Who's your broker, David, that you could short EFTR? Who is your broker? No. You kidding me? Questrade had shorts for EFTR and Interactive Brokers didn't? I'm amazed. I guess I'll have to go back to Questrade. All right, guys, it's just about 3 o'clock now. Are there any other questions? If not, I will shut the room down now. Give me a moment here. Okay, Ernesto, yeah, okay, go ahead. You too, Zach, and Pitbull, and anybody else who's vacating now. Okay, yes, Ernesto, okay, yes. So when you say you cannot zoom in on the daily, I mean, you know, so if you keep the control, here's a daily chart right here. So if I keep my the control key pressed down, here I am, I'm zooming in with the scroll wheel. You know, I mean, it depends on the stock, of course. But I'm just, you know, you zoom in the same way. Just the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and I don't know what to say. I mean, you see what I'm doing. Let me bring up a chart. Just a new chart. And I'll put it on daily. Well, all right, so here's my daily chart, and I'm just going to control key press down, and I'm just zooming in and out. As I say, I'm just, it's just a minute. I'm zooming in and out. I can't explain why it's not working for you. That could be it. But if you have a, Microsoft or something, but you see what I'm doing. Don't know what to say. Don't know what to say, Ernesto. Give me a stock that's not working for you on. Yeah, this room is free, producer. It's the same. There's another room, what I call the main trading room. It's free also. You're in the YouTube room. Okay. Well, EFTR, but should I answer your question? It just started trading as EFTR right here. So, I mean, that's the reason. Okay. But if you take Microsoft, Microsoft, something that's obviously traded for years and years and years, you can just zoom in and out. Okay? I think you just happen to pick one that there's nothing to zoom in on. Okay? Yeah, it's just a matter, there's just not enough candles. No problem. All right, guys, that's it. We'll see you tomorrow. I will shut the room down now. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to get my script together. Okay, yeah. Let's open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody.